Can we please settle down a bit? Yes, good morning, good morning. My name is Mahanse Mereki, a lecturer from the Department of Economics. I would like to welcome you to the 2024 Teaching and Learning Festival. Can we please give a round of applause? Yes, you are welcome. Everybody is welcome. And can I just say, oh my God, the ladies, you guys are looking so beautiful. Yes, I am not alone. I am with my partner here. He will introduce himself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I go by the name of Muchekwani Mudise. That's the name I was named, and I accepted it. So that's my name. Others reject and change, so I'm still Muchekwani Mudise. And with me, I'm not alone. Let me just acknowledge the people that you are with. Let me, or maybe before. The gents, you're also looking dapper. And let me acknowledge that we are with our sign language interpreters. We are with Miss Fortune Madlala, and we are also with Miss Belinda Bota, who will help us to interpret. And also, please note that all our presentations are pre-recorded, so we are not going to have our nominees coming up and talking on their behalf. We're just going to watch on the screen and see what they have to say in terms of the categories which they are nominated for. And also, please note that the winner is not automatic. You're not competing against others necessarily. You're competing against a certain threshold. Even if you're the only student in class, you still need to get 50% pass mark. So even if you're alone or there's two of you, it doesn't necessarily mean you have won. You will only win because you won. Cool. Then also we like to acknowledge that there is, for those of us who are visually impaired, we have the Braille programs, and if there's such an individual, you let us know, and then we'll make sure that you are assisted. And also, if I can, then okay, I apologize for time. That we started late. We were just trying to make sure that everything runs smoothly before we start, rather than starting and then in between the issues and hiccups. I'm going to call again my colleague to introduce the next item.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to acknowledge the following, our bosses, the executives. Yes, in the house we have the Vice Principal of Teaching and Learning, Community and Engagement, Professor Madikani. We also have Executive Director of DTSFL, Professor Machano. We also have the Executive Dean of CAS, Dr. Hlongwane. We have Executive Dean of CAES, Professor Ndwasa. We have the Dean of SEDU, Professor Magwe. We have the Dean of CHS, Professor Zetungosi. We have the Dean of Graduate Studies, Professor Mgutini. We have the Dean of College of Law, Professor Budeli. We have the Dean of Economic and Management Sciences, Dr. Masechaba, and the Dean of CSET, Professor Mamba. Can we please clap hands for them? And I would also like to acknowledge the adjudicators we have in the house who were doing an excellent job in terms of finalizing who will be the winner for today and so forth. In the house we have Dr. Vusinduna, we have Ms. Margot from UJ, we have Prof. Dijachel from TUT, we have Dr. Governor from Unisa, we have Dr. Buntu from Ubukosi Solutions, and we have Dr. Malachi from Unisa. Can we please give them a round of applause? Thank you. Now we're going to have the speaker who's coming next is Professor Madikani from Teaching and Learning Awards. She will be coming on also on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Professor Madikana is also from Community Engagement and Student Support. Can we please give Professor Madikani or Professor Moza Madikana? Thank you. Yes, can we please give her a round of applause?
Thank you, Program Director. I'm not going to protest for skipping my father's surname. For the reason that my own surname is not there, so it's just my father's surname and my husband's surname, so I understand. Yes, in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, is Untombzodwa Motsa. I wish to say that it is an honor for me to be here, particularly coming from the Mota Kingdom, which is in Putadi Chaba. Is it Putadi Chaba? Somewhere this side, Kokwakwa. Yes, that's where our kingdom is, but as you know, people like to change spelling and put S somewhere. Those are the people from Eswatini, and then people from Natali, they put H, Kimota. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning, and I wish to extend my appreciation, deepest appreciation, to the organizing committee. I don't even want to look at Prof. Labangan because both of us then begin to cry. But you have been stelling, ladies and gentlemen. I really want to personally appreciate that. I also want to recognize your program directors and wish you a blessing of a smooth sailing ship going forward. And the interpreters, I'm also a professional interpreter, but not of sign, but of other languages, and I know it is a very daunting task. And we charge a lot of money. That skill of simultaneous interpreting is not a joke. Thank you, adjudicators. Thank you from the sister institutions around. Thank you for coming. We are in this together. We're building South Africa together. We're building education together. Thank you to the executive management. This is not about your IPMS. It just might be, but I appreciate your dedication, ladies and gentlemen, without any jokes, really. Thank you for coming. We are going to be honoring the bride and groom today, who are the recipients. I'm happy they are here. But as I conclude my precedence, I would like to appreciate the presence of the keynote speaker, as well as the respondent. These are foot soldiers that I'm in the trenches with right now, trenches of knowledge, liberation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My context is on this theme of social justice in education. And as we know, I don't need to belabor the fact that social justice in education is all about equality within the education system. It's all about ensuring that there is an equitable share of the knowledge, equitable share of wealth, and also ensuring that nobody is left behind. But more than anything, it's about self-determination. Self-determination of the African child. By Africa, I mean all of us standing on the African soil. Yes, I subscribe to Professor Robert Sobukwe that there is no race, but the human race. So this is the idea of ensuring that we access at an equal footing as human beings who are on the African soil. And we are really struggling to overtake, or maybe even to come close to what the global north has been giving us for the past 500 years. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not an easy journey. Many of us were born into the struggle where African countries were seeking liberation from the domination of colonialism. We are still battling that as we speak. We're speaking social justice. I want to say that if we forget the fact that there is a war going on, a calculated war that came into play several centuries ago, but most prominently in the 19th century through the revolution, the industrial revolution that was coming from the side of England, where they were dividing the continent. If we forget the source of our troubles in education, our troubles in the economy, we need to go back to that 19th century meeting that took place, dividing the continent. And you must remember, ladies and gentlemen, that England did not come here to settle. They wanted the resources. That was all. All these other things are by the way. All this education and this beautiful language of which I am a professor are by the way. The whole point was the economy. And to get the economy of Africa, certain things had to come into place. The language had to be appropriated. The knowledge systems had to be suppressed. And all the roads were leading to the sea. Let us not forget that, because that tells us why we are here and how we navigate and get ourselves towards this social justice. So it became what I call the scramble for Africa in the 1830s to 1914, became something like the politics of erasure. You erase that which you find there and replace it with what you have so that you can appropriate better. And indeed, they were leading to the sea. Historians and people in my field have read a lot about that. Those periods of resistance coming through education, periods of resistance coming through people like Block Mutisane, people like Eskiam Pahlele, Wole Shoyinka, Chinua Achebe, in my field, saying, let us tell our story ourselves. Don't dictate our story. Our story is a story of warriors. Ladies and gentlemen, they cannot be realized in a form of social justice if you do not realize that you do not have economic justice. Africa is very rich, but Africa lives in poverty. Unless we recognize that, the social justice will just be a play song. The people, they say money talks. The people who have money have power. We call them bomeibas, madam, because they have money. If Africa has economic power, then how will you realize social justice in education with an empty bank account? Let us think about that. Ladies and gentlemen, the erasure of your own identity, your own language, your own power in the economy will make it very difficult for you to attain social justice. I don't want to go, I've written quite a lot on this, but I don't want to go into the insidious role that language hegemony plays in education, in order that we don't get anything, any wisdom coming from the global south, coming from Africa, coming from our own people. Therefore, I stand here as an English scholar, and I don't teach English as a second language. I teach English as a first language. I stand here and I say, unless we understand the role of English, the role of conveying knowledge, the role of the education that we have imbibed in the continued suppression of the majority of the African, unless we understand that and the agency of multilingualism, the agency of African epistemologies, unless we understand that agency, it will be very difficult for us to even come to the point where we say, wow, there is social justice in education. It is not a fixation. I was telling somebody else that some of us English professors could easily, take, the back bench and say, wow, I'm teaching my Shakespeare, I'm teaching John Milton. Wherein I say, where is Mkai? It bothers me. It bothered me in the land of the English where I was doing my postgraduate degrees. No, man, there is more in Africa. There is more. It's not a joke. There is more. And you social justice proponents, where are you with the epistemology of Africa? Or is it just a sing-song, yeah, Professor Mozart, because we're half? It's not. It's not, ladies and gentlemen. There is a lot in the court systems of Bavenda. There is a lot in the etiquette of Batsonga. There is a lot in the traditions of the Nguni, where we trace our origin from a place where there was Umhlanga, and we commemorate it annually. There is a lot, and are you teaching that? Where is the social justice that you want? Plato, Aristotle? Yes, they came to Africa to learn astrology, to learn about mathematics. They studied here for 20 years. Pythagoras himself, 20 years in Africa. What have we done about that knowledge system that was taught in the early universities of pre-colonial times in Africa? Whom do you quote? What social justice in education when you neglect your own? It is there for you to take. Ladies and gentlemen, in some areas I talk about linguistic Darwinism, where we perceive African languages as lesser developed. This is research by linguists in South Africa. Lesser developed than English, and they cannot carry you anywhere. One scholar from Fromkin and Rodman, 1983, says it very clearly that there is no primitive language, because all languages have the same complexity of conveying any idea, any theory. Similarly, there is no primitive knowledge. All knowledges advance the complexities of the people. So when we talk about social justice, I would like to invite you to think seriously about epistemic justice. Yes, the physical war has ended. Yes, we have attained liberation on the continent. But who owns your knowledge? Whose knowledge are you teaching? Whose knowledge are you advancing? I'm not at all perpetrating the idea of the hegemony of African knowledges. I'm saying African knowledges need a space in higher education, in basic education, because the world is poorer without our own knowledge systems. So to attain this social justice in education, we have to define our terms. Education. Whose education? Knowledge. Whose knowledge? I want to move towards closure to say that the epistemic empire is very real. The empire in your mind is very real. It is the one that separates twins One twin says, no, now I want to pursue a lot of things about the African people, and the others, hey, you're wasting time, Chomi, let's try something else. That is the epistemic empire. So this cognitive empire we must confront as we proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to end with just a few questions and say, where is the economy located? Where is the knowledge located? What language is driving that knowledge? What business? What is the business of language in the schools, the basic education sector? Yes, these days we're talking about the bill that is causing so much conflict. Let's confront it, colleagues. This is about the power of language, determining what language the learners are going to pursue their knowledge in. It's about that. And I'm sad that we are not getting into that discussion. Let's have a discussion on that, colleagues. Let's not just leave it to the politicians. They are guided by you as the intelligentsia of the time. Let's get into it. Let's look. I've looked at the bill, and I was celebrating up until the time of the signing, and certain things were blocked. And I said, no, this is the time for the foot soldiers of the intelligentsia to stand up and say, we are not erasing anybody. We are saying there are certain groups of people who cannot breathe. They must breathe. I like what is on the agenda, and I want to repeat it from Paul Freire. Indeed, there's no such thing as neutral education. Education either functions as an instrument to bring about conformity or freedom, social justice. Enjoy the day, ladies and gentlemen. You are most welcome. Think about these things. They are serious things. Those of us who were very young in the 70s when we had the uprisings, watched our big brothers and sisters taking stones and throwing stones at the regime. Those of you who are very young now have a different call to arms, the call to the freedom of the knowledge of the people. Let's hear this knowledge of the Africans. Let's hear what it is that brought people to Mali, to Egypt, to study our mysteries. I know we've suffered slavery, we've suffered settlerism, we've suffered colonialism, I know, but we are here. We can still identify ourselves. Let's get our children that golden heritage of their knowledge, so that when they go to London, they will not be aping Prince Harry. They'll be standing for themselves and say, good morning, Harry. I'm so and so from this kingdom. This is my legacy. Let's give our children that. We are not suppressing any. We are saying there is a heritage that says, I can't breathe. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Motsamadikane, for such a welcome. And she captured very well our theme of this event, which is educating for social justice, envisioning the future we want 30 years post-1994. So she captured it very well. And if you allow me to then give some other matters or other logistics, the Wi-Fi, for those of us who perhaps are our guests, the Wi-Fi, you will search for Unisa_event, Unisa_event. And then when you have found it, the password is Unisa, capital letter U, and everything else small letters. Unisa at 2022 at, the sign at. Unisa, sign at 2022, and another at to close the 2022. And I also have seen a poster at the back there. There probably are others around the room, but I've only seen one at the entrance. And then also if you are a social media fanatic, like some of us who are trying to, on social media, we go by the hashtag Unisa, TNL Fest 2024. So it's hashtag, then Unisa with capital letter U, then the rest is lowercase. TNL, the end, you use the sign end. And then you write festival, but just the first three letters, capital letter F, F-E-S 2024. So hashtag Unisa, Teaching and Learning Festival 2024, in shorthand, one word. Thank you. And then some of the other logistics, we take it for granted that some people, it may be their first time in the house. So if you need bathrooms, you can go straight this way, the same route we took when we went to take our breakfast. If you go further in, on your left, as if you're going towards the left, you'd see the ladies, and then next to them is the gents. So for those of us who might need the bathrooms, just to go check or makeup, and also, I think that is sorted. Also, just note if you're working in, some tables may be reserved for either the management or the team that is organizing, or otherwise our special guests who are our nominees. But otherwise, I think that one is already sorted. Then, if you allow me to go to the next item on the agenda, we are going to have our keynote address by our keynote speaker, Dr. Sello Kgalane, who is the composer and internationally acclaimed music performer, the use of official languages in the post-apartheid South Africa, an equalizer in a decolonial and transformative institutional democracy. While he's going to take up the stage, if I can also ask at the same time the respondent, who is Dr. Lehasa Moloi, if he can come to my left to just sit closer to the stage, so that when Dr. Kgalane descends the stage, he can ascend. He can just wait for me to call him. If we can clap our hands for Dr. Sello Kgalane, who is going to give us the...
Dumelang. Sanbonani. Abusheni. Machoroni. The sign language, the 12th official language is going on as I'm talking. So I will not get there, lest I corrupt, and all protocol observed. It's a great, great honor. Vice Principal, Teaching, Learning, Community Engagement, and Student Support, Professor Zodwa Motsa Madikani. We've shared a platform together at some point where very, very, very serious issues were raised during Miriam Makeba, as you know, lecture was presented in the Miriam Makeba concert hall here at Unisa. And fundamental issues that she's raised, and I was just saying to her, because my work today and in this time we're dealing with the elephant in the room. Now I normally say, Prof, now we're dealing with the elephant and the rhino in the room, because the elephant alone hasn't been enough to really cause so much of South Africa's moment of focus. The use of official language is an equalizer in a transformative constitutional democracy. You see, Prof. Motsa Madikane has been raising these vexing questions for a very long time. For 25 years. I work with another colleague, Dr. Mbude Mehana, who has been raising this for 25 years as well, from UCT, working with Professor Neville Alexander. These matters are still not sorted. So I decided, because Unisa was taken to court on this question, the Legal Practice Council withdrew Afrikaans as one of the questions, the languages for assessing candidate attorneys. And so Pensar then moved in and said, no. You can't take Afrikaans away. Rather add than take away. So when this contestation is going on, and I checked the language policy of the Department of Basic Education, and at some point, then it said the official language of, the national language policy of the department will be English only. Then I said, no, now the elephant is a small boy now. The rhino has come in. And being a law graduate of this university, over many other things that I've studied, I said, because everything ends up in court in this country, let me look into the legal empowering provisions of what we need to be doing to deal with the vexing question that Prof is raising. And I've done this study for quite some time. I presented it on the 3rd of September at University of Limpopo, just 2 weeks ago. And they have gone into their strategic planning meeting and to retreat. So they said, thank you very much for the submission, because we're going to use it to plan. I engaged with the DG for basic education, and he and the minister have decided to set up a national language unit, which should have been set up in 2012, when the Use of Official Languages Act 12 of 2012 was assented to by the president. But when I checked on these questions, and I found that the mandate for us to do what Professor Motsa Madikane is saying first became a legal obligation. People normally say it's a responsibility. I say, no, it's not a responsibility. It's an obligation. It's something you must do. It's not something that council must sit and decide whether they want to do it or not. It's not something that Council of Education ministers, MECs and the Minister of Education have to decide whether we want to go this way or that one. It's not something that heads of education departments must decide. And often my worry became when this question is entered into. Often the issue of language as a subject and language as a language of learning and teaching get conflated. And at the end of the day, we lose the battle, because whilst we thought we were dealing with getting all official languages of the Republic, instruct math, science, technology, business, commerce, politics, language of parliament, language of law, language of policy, we end up debating the language as a subject, whether what must learners pass to get to the next grade. And these are two separate but related issues. Dealing with language as a subject, it's about the application of language in education policy of the department. But dealing with language as language of government, it's the Constitution and Act 12 of 2012, but more Act 12 of 2012. Now, but there is something that I haven't heard even the courts raise. The question of language was introduced for the first time in 1993 as Section 3 of the interim constitution. And often we do not go as far back as that, but we do not realize that it is that interim constitution that gave rise to the South African Schools Act, to National Education Policy Act, to National Qualifications Authority Act. Because the SAQA Act is 1995, and our current constitution is 1996. So what gave birth to 1995 is 1993, not 1996. Constitution. Now, but something that we almost all miss, it's where the question of language in our laws comes in as a peremptory provision, which is a sovereignty question, and where it comes in as a rights question. Now, we miss that very thin line. As a sovereignty question, it is that it is located in the first 6 founding provisions of our Constitution. What defines South Africa as South Africa? One is the values in Section 1:1. Human dignity, achievement of equality, advancement of human rights and freedoms. Often the S is missed. That's 1. Then you've got, in the same founding provision 1, then you would have, obviously, non-sexism, non-racism, one man, one vote, and a common voters' roll. Then you have supremacy of the Constitution as Section 2, and the rule of law. Then 3, citizenship. 4, national anthem. And then 5, national flag. 6, the biggest section in the founding provisions is Section 6 on official languages of the Republic. Now, if in 1993, the interim constitution guaranteed a definition, we're not in rights section yet, said, how do you know South Africa? You would know South Africa by its 11 plus now sign language. This is South Africa. If you come into this country and you find some languages being more equal than others, we have not attained the South Africa that the Constitution envisioned. So we've got a lot of work to do. Now, Section 2 says of the Constitution, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Any law or conduct, we miss the part of conduct. Any law or conduct, if you are a vice principal, if you are a head of department, if you are a manager, if you are and your conduct is such that it goes against this. So your conduct is invalid. That's what the Constitution says. It's invalid to the extent of its invalidity. And any inconsistency with the laws of our country is invalid, and the law must, this Constitution must be fulfilled. It's not, you know, we come into meetings, and I always say when we have meetings at the Department of Basic Education and some of the higher education committees that I sit in, and I say, you think we are in this room to talk about things that we think we want to do. It's not what we think we want to do, it's what has been obligated for us to do with the peremptory provision of must. When the Constitution says that, this is it. Of course, if you go to court and show cause on other things, and then you think you might get positive remedy. But then the question is, even IEC went to court and said, no, we can't get all South Africans to vote everywhere else where they are. The Constitutional Court said, really? Go find the money. Today, all South Africans vote from wherever they are. So you're not going to raise the question of money as a way where African languages do not instruct commerce, law, economics, all of the subjects that Unisa is offering. Go find the money. Now, why? It's not me who says this. Don't say some fellow came here and he thought he was chairperson of council, you know? And he spoke to us like, we must. Who is he? The thing is, the other obligation we have is that we normally say we're a democracy. It is not true. It is partly true. We're not a constitutional democracy. It is partly true. It's not fully true. We're a transformative constitutional democracy. That's our jurisprudence of this country. We are, to the extent that every policy you pass in every department is not transformative, you're not being constitutional. That is why Section 39 says, in interpreting our laws, the interpretive clause, any object, purport of the Bill of Rights must be, not could be, should be in the case we have money, or in the event our priorities allow. We do not have other priorities outside the priorities set by the Constitution. Now we're a rule of law, aren't we? Let's check what the law tells us to not ever try not to do. All right. If you go to Section 6.1 of the Constitution, it says the official languages of the Republic are Sepedi, Sesotho, Setswana, Isiswati, Tshivenda, Xitsonga, Afrikaans, English, isiNdebele, isiXhosa, isiZulu, and sign language. It says recognizing the historically diminished use and status of the indigenous languages of our people, the state must take practical and positive measures, not just to elevate the status, but also to advance and use the languages. I said to the Director General of Basic Education in one of my presentations to him, and I said, esteemed DG, you know, often when the courts find us to have committed improprieties in terms of not following the letter and spirit thereof, you might say, no, but you see, I was found guilty of misappropriation, and no, those are big. But imagine if you are found, you have to go to, you have to face punitive measures, either personal cost, damages in terms of personal cost to you, because of the smallest word you can get, use. 3 letters, use. You say, no, we've got these policies. We've got these policies. Do you use them? Are they in use? Do you implement them? Can you imagine you have to tell your children, no, you see, I've lost the job. Why? You know, they say I did not use. They say, why did you not use the languages, daddy or mommy? What will you say? Use. U-S-E. 6.1 and 6.2. Now, if you go further, and now when I go around talking about this subject, I say to colleagues, colleagues, Justice Maya, who is now our Constitutional Court Chief Justice, kept quiet and looked at all of these things and said, I'm not going to debate this thing. She went in and she opened one of her telling judgments. She said, Nizlibele uba nizalwa ngobani. If you read that case law, the first line that appears there, and then she cites Thandiswa Mazwai, and then she delivered the full judgment in his cause. Now, you don't comply as organs of state. She's now our Chief Justice. You think you want to go there and say to her, you see, Chief Justice, the problem is that, you see, the terminologists and the lexicographers have not as well provided us with the body of the corpus of science is in the bed. She's going to look at you and say, you have forgotten who gave birth to you. But besides that, unfortunately, you have no election not to offer all the courses that this university is offering in African languages. Chief Justice is out to go do what you must do. I want to draw our attention to this because former Minister Mutsoaledi of Home Affairs, when he was with Home Affairs, and his DG were slapped with personal costs. They said, don't even go to the department to say, no. On the immigration question, part of the costs, to this case, you must pay personally. And I say this to all, not only accounting officers and members of the executive, I say it has happened in this country last year. So we do not want this really on your laps, because you cannot say you did not know. Chief Justice will simply say that to you. So as we move, they asked her why, on the 26th of June, 2022, why did you deliver the entire judgment in his cause? She said, the main reason was for cultural identity and promoting all South African languages. And now she's Chief Justice. She was Judge President of the Supreme Court of Appeal when she said this. So you have nowhere to go, no place to hide. Let's do the right thing. Section 6.4 says the national government and provincial government, by legislative and other measures, must regulate and monitor their use of official languages without detracting from the from provisions of subsection 2. All official languages must enjoy parity of esteem and must be treated equitably. Now, look, just in section 6, how many musts have we read? Now, you know, all of us are aware of the ordinary person's test in law. But when you go there, Prof, and they say, I mean, they've got the dossier here. They know who you are. They say, sorry, Gonja, what's your name? He says, so you are Miss, you say, no, Prof. I say, oh, okay. So where do you work? Unisa, okay. What do you do? No, you know, social justice, some fashion, okay. So it is reasonably expected that you should have seen these many musts in section 6. Yeah, I think I saw the one. Section. I saw one. They say no. You see, you have abrogated your duty in your capacity as Vice Chancellor. At your level, it is expected that you should have led the charge on ensuring that this finds expression in your policies and your daily function, as well as ensuring that the use is visible. So, Unisa was found guilty on section 29.2. After appealing and all of that, 29.2. You know 29.2? Unisa was found guilty. It says everyone has the right to receive education in the official language, in the official language or languages of their choice in public education institutions where that education is reasonably practicable in order to ensure the effective access to and implementation of the rights. The state must consider all reasonable educational alternatives, all, and then including but not limited to single medium institutions, taking into account equity, practicability, and then we have had institutions and many government departments saying, man, there's a clause that says where it is reasonably practicable. So we looked, we said, this one is going to need a lot of money and a lot of resources. We need a lot of LTSM, we need translation services. And you want to hide behind an escape clause, but you forget that before the escape clause, the law says all reasonable educational alternatives. You must. Now, so this question, colleagues, as I round up, on the questions of rights, PENSALP has adjudicated over, I think, 18 schools, because National Department of Education had not set up the National Language Unit, which should have been doing this function. So PENSALP moved in and adjudicated at schools level, where an HOD was employed and was interviewed in a language that the HOD says I was not comfortable with, went to PENSALP. The person who was appointed, it was nullified. The appointment was nullified because the person cited this provision and cited Section 12 of 2012. Now, as you move around here, we need to be able to find expression somewhere. I went into Prasa the other day. Since the revamping on Monday, I went in. And so when I got out, I saw Stimela Sabatu. And then, in all languages, 11 official languages of the Republic. Prasa complied, and a university can't comply. Prasa. where cables were stolen like nothing during COVID. They have not only recovered, but they use all the languages. Prasa. So as I conclude, it's only a minute to round up. Now, language as a peremptory provision in the sovereignty section of the Republic, it's what defines us as a nation. Language as a right, it's what I've just read. It's that we must ensure. And then it says you must take practical and positive measures. So you're not going to go to court and say, no, we've got budget cuts. What you need to then do is, after budget cuts, what we did is, we saw that because we cannot not provide, what we did, we reduced all the material into digital copies. Because if we were to print, it was going to be a problem. You have taken practical and positive measures to still comply, taking cognizance of the budget cuts. You do not appropriate Section 36 of the Constitution of the limitations of rights yourself and limit the rights in the Bill of Rights because you had a meeting that served croissants. And in your comfort, you said, let's teach in 3. They said, but the Constitution says 12. They say, you see, you people don't understand. 3 is what we can afford. I mean, it's about money. Let us understand peremptory provisions that we must not abrogate adversely on the beneficiaries. Somebody arrived, Prof, at the reception in one government department and signed. And there was nobody in a staff of 960 people in the entire building who could come and assist this person who wanted, this citizen, not this person, this citizen who wanted to access service. Then they called somebody who said, no, but right, I will understand. She said, no. You can speak and write. I can sign and write. I'm signing now. That department was lucky this thing did not hit the papers. Prof and the esteemed university professoriate, all organs of state sitting here. If you are employed in the department, you are employed in terms of legislation, so you are an organ of state. In your little unit where you work, you are equally accountable. Thank you.
Wow. Now, I'm lost for words. As I try to swallow. Thank you very much, Dr. Selohalane. And there is a quote I want to quote before I call the next speaker who's already ready. Our language is the reflection of ourselves. A language is an exact reflection of the character and growth of its speakers, by Cesar Chavez. So thank you very much, Doctor. Then our next speaker who is going to come up on stage, it's Dr. Lehasa Moloi, who is our respondent, who is going to then respond on the speech that was just delivered now. Dr. Lehasa Moloi is an Afrocentric scholar grounded in Afrocentricity. He is a senior lecturer in the Department of Development Studies at the University of South Africa. He holds a PhD in Development Studies. And because his resume is so huge, I will just save the time and just allow him to then speak. Thank you.
Greetings to all colleagues, from the highest office to the very lowest. I will make an attempt to be below 5 minutes as I seek to dissect from what Ntate Dr. Sello Kgalane has led us into. And thank you very much for teaching us revolutionary reflections that haine pula, not just pula yamidupi. I hope that it is a revolutionary rain that must wipe away the sheaf that have covered our eyes, to lead us from emancipative discourses, from reformist causes, towards revolutionary discourses. As I was coming this morning, I was not aware that the table has been prepared. One of the critical issues that I have realized, it is the philosophical approach we use as we approach the table that defines from where are we speaking from. I normally wear these glasses that are two-layered. There is a Eurocentric sheath that has covered our eyes. When we remove it, we begin to see from a completely different lenses. Now, as I'm making an entry, I am persuaded through the concept of interpretative horizon that has been defined by Paula Moya, which speaks to the inseparability between identity and the production of knowledge. And once again, I seek to be dismissive of what Castro Gomez has termed the hubris of the 0-point speakers in an attempt to create God-ordained knowledges that seeks to hide the identity of the speakers and knowledge producers. If indeed such provisions of must are provided in the Constitution, where is the political will to do what is right? My few reflections will be entitled No African Development Without African Languages. The horror of colonialism and resultant coloniality is best expressed through what Ngugi wa Thiong'o termed the cultural bomb that has detonated. A bomb can go two ways. Either it explodes or it implodes. When it implodes, it causes an internal damage. Now, the effects of this bomb, as Ngugi tells us, annihilates people's belief in their names, in their languages, in their environment, in the heritage of struggle, in their unity, in their capacities, and ultimately in themselves. Now, cultural bombs makes us to identify with Europe that abuses us. Now, language is a conveyor of culture. It is through language that concepts are defined and communicated. The metaphysical cognitive empire that Professor Motsamudikani introduced us to is sustained through colonial languages, which have cloned our minds into what Asante terms dislocation, which is existing outside of our terms and living as the residues of modernity, which have turned us into the hewers of wood and the throwers of water for the physically absent colonial masters. Coloniality has made us to become the perfecters of that which they have studied. And I must say that the English we speak today even far exceeds that which they taught us. We have become the co-creators and defenders of their cultural norms, even in their absence. They can sit back and say low at the magic we have created, which is metaphysical Europe, which is no longer confined to the physical limits. Rather, it is a kingdom that exists within us, which has appropriated our bodies and we have become its articulators. Borrowing from the biblical Paul's notion of the wretched body, Fanon titles his book, The Rest of the Earth, those who have been raised in what has been termed the zone of non-existence, the zone of non-being, who do not matter, who exist as the shadows of European reality. Now, having sought to describe this quagmire, the metaphysical Robben Island we find ourselves in, what is the way forward? We must firstly accept that we are not in the post-colonial South Africa. Rather, we are neo-colonized, as exclaimed Nkrumah in 1965. And it's for that reason that I often say to decolonial scholars, let us not leave African knowledge as we run to Latin America. There is a 34 years difference between the concept of coloniality and what Nkrumah in 1965 said, neo-colonialism. Now, Annibal Quijano plagiarizes exactly what Nkrumah has said to describe the invisible kingdom without giving accreditation to Nkrumah. And I think we need to correct that. Now, I want to say that as I seek to gravitate towards closure, to understand South Africa as a white-owned Bantustan, born of the three political cultural epochs, namely the Dutch, the English, and the Dutch Afrikaner nationalists, who took political power from the English. The political sedimentary rock of the past 30 years that pushes the discourse of inclusion leads me to say, black people in South Africa are not South Africans, but they were included into South Africa from 1910, the Union of South Africa, to 1961, the Republic of South Africa, to 1994, the birthing of the new idea of South Africa. That includes the landless vagabonds and fugitives into its own metaphysical cages, is the stage of where we are. Read the times and behold the times. Now, here is the point. This is what became called the new South Africa. And whenever we say South Africa and forget the new, we are entrapping ourselves. Maybe we need to keep on saying new South Africa, not South Africa. And this is where we must begin to unpeel the layers of coloniality. Number two, as I closed, we must aspire towards Afrocentricity. What does it mean? We must be endogenous. We must return to our knowledges grounded in Afrocentric idea of history that does not only begin in the past 500 years of 1492. To understand what Eurocentrism is, we must undo it. From 1492, we must move in reverse and go to 639 AD and understand the invasion of the Arabs. But we must undo it and move to 330 BC, the invasion of Carthage by the Romans. But we must also undo it and return to 332, invasion of Kemet by Alexander, so-called the Great, and gravitate towards 3,400 years BC and begin to look at the Kemetic barbarians and understand the master high-cultured civilization, those whose things are still standing today as a permanent testimony that is indeed acclaimed in the works of Chegantai Diop, that it was a black civilization. We must confront that. And we must also then begin to talk about the assertion of agency. Therefore, our decolonial meditation should not begin in Latin America, nor Asian-centric narrative, rather Africa, Afroika, Africa as the first and source of this motherland. Let's decolonize this.
Thank you very, very much, Ntate Moloi, for that insightful speech. And if we can notice, ladies and gentlemen, all the three speakers that came here from Professor Madikana, they spoke about the importance of languages. And it is so good that next week, Friday, we're going to be celebrating Language Day here at Unisa, but it's going to be at the Midrand campus. And you know one thing about language, I am Mosotho, I'm married to a Motswana man. Even in our house, we can speak about one thing, but it means totally different thing. The one thing is ke lapile. In Sesotho, ke lapile means I'm hungry. In Setswana, ke lapile means I'm tired, you know. The other one as well, it's clothes. Clothes in Sezulu is ingubo. And then in Sepedi is dikobo. In Setswana, dikai. In Sesotho, dikobo. So it is important to understand when you're communicating with someone that, okay, right now I am communicating to Motswana. If I want food, I must say, ke tshwere ke tlala. You know, if I am talking to Basotho, I must say, ke lapile. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to ensure that you have been following, we have, I'm going to play a game with you, ask you few questions, and then whoever wins, they're going to get a gift. All right? Are we excited to receive some gifts? Yes. One question. Ntate Kgalagane, in his speech, when he was speaking about the importance of languages, he mentions two animals. Which animals did he mention? Okay. You raise your hand first. Can you please stand up and tell us which animals were those? Yes, the elephant and rhino. Yes. Okay. And then, sorry. And then again, he kept referencing a lot of constitution. You know, you can hear that Ntate Sello is, he knows he knows the constitution. Which act he kept referring to about the use of language. I want the act number and the year of the act. Yeah, it's tough now, ne? Anybody with an answer? Yes, Prof? Yes, can we give her a round of applause? Okay, thank you very, very much. Now, I'm going to call our keynote speakers, Ntate Kgalane and Ntate Moloi. Please, we would like to give you gifts for the insightful presentation. And can we please have Professor Madikana to take, and Professor Magano to take pictures with them? Yes, Prof, please. Please, as we give them their gifts. Thank you, Prof. Here. Thank you to our band. Here's an important message from the media team. They are kindly asking that as you pass by the camera there, please, Shapa, yeah, please go down a bit, like slightly bit, so that we don't hinder the camera. Yes, like Shapa, yes. Right. I just want to repeat some of the things that Professor Madikana said, as I introduced the next category. She said, when she was talking about social justice, she said, England did not come here to settle, but they came for our resources, And she kept asking a lot of social justice questions that, who owns the African languages? And as I was listening to her, I'm like, this is so good because there are so many young people in this room, And then the next item is the excellent award for student support. That, as we as students, as we as young people, when we listen to such questions like the ones that Professor Madikana raised, that we should take the baton, because you can hear from what she is saying. She has 25 years of experience. I mean, she has laid down she has paved the way for us. It's up to us that now, how do we challenge it? She was talking about some of the things from the Bella Bill. I was asking myself that, how many of us young people challenged the bill? How many of us sat down and read it? Don't rely on what social media is saying that, oh no, this bill is wrong or what. Just don't rely on the media. But how many of you sit down, if there's a bill that's going to be passed, how many of us sit down and say, no, I want this, I don't want that? Because Prof and they are the old generations. We are the younger ones. We need to learn from them, and I am so grateful that we have this opportunity to learn from them. Now for the next item on the gifts, can the nominees, I'm gonna call all the 4 nominees to come sit here for their presentation. So like as my colleague said, so the presentation for each nominee, it's 10 minutes. So we're gonna watch a slideshow and they're gonna be sitting here. For the Excellence Award Student Support, can I have Ms. Alison Peterson from College of Law, Advocate Contilia Bayi from the College of Law. Yes, you can clap for them, Yes. Ms. Mashudu Mlaudzi and Mr. Davy Ramila from the College of Law. Ala. And Dr. Khiletile Mangani from CAES. Can they please come sit here as we pray? And ladies and gentlemen, we are Africans, in the spirit of Africans. Guys, this is a festival. Can we please ululate, can we please shapa deflate to celebrate the festival? Yes, we are Africans. This is how we celebrate. Yes. Media team, are the presentations ready? Yes, we will just watch the presentation in this order, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
My name is Alison Peterson. I'm a lecturer in the Department of Public, Constitutional and International Law in the College of Law. I am nominated in the category of student support. I chose the category of excellence in student support because I believe in the transformative power of education. From a very young age, the importance of education was instilled in me by my grandfather. It is his encouragement and support that got me where I am today. Growing up, my grandfather always emphasized the importance of education. he would tell me that during apartheid, they took away his freedom, they locked him up, they took away his possessions, but they could never take away his education and what he'd learned. For this reason, my grandfather believed that education is the most valuable thing you can own. It is through education that we have the opportunities to achieve our dreams. I want to support my students so that they too can have this opportunity. With this foundation, I have committed to support my students to acquire this valuable education. Student support is vital for student success at an open distance e-learning institution. I owe my teaching approach to 3 teaching philosophies. Firstly, I strive to create an inclusive and engaging learning environment where students feel valued and heard through the philosophy of universal design for learning. Secondly, during social constructivism, I promote collaborative learning. And thirdly, I emphasize the value of the African lived experience in my modules through the African philosophy of education. By combining aspects of these 3 philosophies, I aim to empower my students as they become independent, critical thinkers and to inspire a lifelong love of learning. Given the nature of Unisa as an open distance e-learning institution and the myriad of students in my modules, I am committed to providing both general and individualized support while catering to my students' needs and learning styles. My approach to student support is designed with a focus on diversity and inclusion. I specifically focus on those who may feel marginalized and isolated in their learning experience. Without a teaching assistant or an e-tutor, technology in the classroom is essential for me to be able to provide this support to my students. I use video editing software to clip down news stories that are incorporated into my weekly online Microsoft Teams lectures. I provide lecture material in multiple formats to allow for the use of assistive technology like screen readers, contrast settings, and font manipulation, especially for neurodivergent students. The My Unisa site provides a convenient space to upload and access information, but my students, especially those writing supplementary exams, are also given access to my OneDrive folders, which contain current lecture notes and recordings, which can be viewed through Microsoft Streams. In Microsoft Stream, I can ensure that all videos contain chapters for my students to skip to relevant sections for review and revision. The video transcript is uploaded for students who are hearing impaired, and they have the opportunity to follow along with the lecture through closed captions. For hearing impaired students who would like to attend the live lecture, I ensure that live captions are available. In this way, all learning material is designed to accommodate students with disabilities who use assistive technology. But these materials are helpful to all my students, part-time or full-time students, incarcerated students, working students, students in rural or urban settings, as well as South African or international students. All of these students are able to use these learning materials in a way that caters to each learning pace and learning preference. From current real-life cases and discussions, self-evaluation and written tasks, to practical exercises, I provide a supportive space where students can learn through kinetic, written, audio, and visual means. Another aspect essential to student support is proper communication. I send out weekly reminders and updates or things to note in the course. This communication is posted on the My Unisa platform and emailed to each individual student. I also communicate any updates in the weekly lecture to make sure that students are up to date with any developments. This general support is supplemented by individual support open to each student. I hold both physical and virtual office hours where I am available for consultations. I provide one-on-one Teams meetings and telephone consultations where I contact the students so they don't have to waste resources like airtime. Students can direct message me on the Moodle app and Telegram, and of course, email communication is always available. I specifically encourage my incarcerated students to engage with me in one-on-one meetings when they cannot attend live lectures. These sustained, continuous, and broad support mechanisms have been evident in the increasing exam results and pass rates my students have achieved over the years I have lectured. My commitment to student support extends beyond the classroom too. I believe in supporting students in all aspects of their academic journey. In addition to academic, subject-specific support, and administrative support, emotional support is important. Students have individual challenges and strengths, and I have witnessed firsthand the grit and determination of my students and their ability to overcome. One example will always stand out to me. In 2023, I received a call request from a student. The student was distressed after losing his child in a miscarriage. Speaking to the student, it was evident that they were distraught. I offered what little comfort I could at the time, and at the end of the conversation, the student asked if I could help him figure out how to proceed with completing the remaining academic requirements for my module. He worked together with me for the rest of the semester. A year later, I received a message from the student who had passed my module with distinction. I was humbled by his resilience. His story reminds me every day why I do what I do. These are just some of the ways I support my students. From student feedback, I can see that my approach to student support really resonates with them. Regardless, I'm always willing to adjust and grow and become better at providing the support that students actually want and need. The Excellence in Student Support category resonates with my dedication to fostering student success and embodies the values I hold dear as an educator. In educating for social justice, I want to honor our democracy that my granddad and so many others fought for. Our students are the future. The values, the principles, and the tools we as educators give them will stay with them for the rest of their lives. Higher education plays an important role in shaping our society. As a facilitator in this process, I feel honored that I can support my students to acquire that most valuable thing you can own, education.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I am Contilia Hlamalani Bai from the College of Law. I lecture under the Private Law Department. My teaching and learning journey starts with me as a higher diploma in the Adult Basic and Training Education student. As a distance learning student, the main connection I had with my learning environment was through my study materials. Thankfully, the Adult Basic Education team did a fantastic job that designed the study material in a manner that was engaging and user-friendly to me. I felt as though there was someone there with me in my private learning space, teaching and guiding me through my studies. Some parts of the content encouraged me to pause and reflect, and other parts reminded me to take a break and have a drink of water or coffee. The simple exercise of reminding me to take a break enhanced my learning abilities. Low lights of my learning journey, lack of resources. This unfortunately still is the reality of most of the students from the rural and the township areas. Lack of support or proper support when I had administrative issues and had to call the university. I lost a lot of money on the phone calls that were never answered. I did not have the resources nor the know-how to write an email. The other problem was late feedback that I received through the post office services. I still recall going to the exam not knowing that they had changed the structure of the exam paper from the written to the MCQ. The university sent the amendments through the post office and it was delayed. I received it later after I wrote the exam. I didn't know how to use my Unisa, or still, I didn't know its existence at all. Motivation for the choice of category of award, student support. As a former undergraduate student at the Cordell institution, I've traveled the path as a distance learner. I see myself as a change driver who must contribute positively to the transformation of teaching and learning in the institution. I have a duty and an obligation to ensure that the learning environment of my student is conducive to producing highly skilled professionals who are locally and globally relevant. I saw the main resource for bridging the gap created by the distance and lack of contact session is to avail myself through the basics, answering student phone calls and responding to their emails within a reasonable time frames. I'm here to enhance student learning experience, to be able to come up with supportive strategies that are student-centered, promote teaching technologies, developments, cater for diverse communities of students we are exposed to, and be inclusive of differently able students and those in rural areas who feel isolated and are less resourced when it comes to technology support. My teaching philosophy centers on teaching that prioritizes student, cooperative learning experiences, and ongoing support to ensure student successes. The theories that informs my teaching and learning journey, first is that striving with spirit of Ubuntu for an excellent transformed teaching and learning curriculum that is student-centered. The teaching and learning philosophy is informed by the need to transform the curriculum to reflect the influential transformation pillars and the principles that cater for the unique needs of the diverse communities of Africa and beyond. My chosen theories are CCC, constructivism, cognitivism, and the new kid on the block, connectivism, learning as a network creation. Introduced in 2005 by Sims, all three chosen theories have contributed relevance in my teaching and learning space. They all recognize the learners as active contributors, co-creators, not just consumers in the teaching and learning environment. Acknowledging that recognition of prior learning, knowledge, and experience fits into the new teaching and learning journey of the student or learners. Student support. All curriculum transformation pillars, guidelines, and teaching learning theories mentioned above informs the continuous support in the teaching and learning environment. It creates reflective students reflect on the meaning of what is learned in order to apply the learning behavior, knowledge, skills, values, and attitude to the real work world. Epistemologies, diversity is brought to the surface when planning curricular information concerning students with special needs is analyzed for the purpose of formulating a responsive strategy to address such needs. My support is divided into two sections. The first one, sustained, continuous, and broad student support. What I've done, I've supported students by giving them activities of formative assessment. One is a problem type question that puts students in a legal practice setting, preparing them for the future work. And the other is a quiz providing comprehensive feedback, providing timers personalized or individualized constructive feedback and feed forward to their formative assessment. The feedback is aimed at supporting the student who failed their formative assessment to prepare and assist them not to repeat their mistakes in the upcoming assessment. Providing one-on-one content-related sessions through MS Teams platforms over the phone or through the emails. Providing study tips on my Unisa announcement site. Number 2 criteria is the expanded range student support in terms of emotional, administrative, and discipline-specific. Emotional support, I offer pre-lecture motivations that boost the morale of most of my students somehow. I've indirectly provided support emotionally. As a law lecturer, I have the means to provide solutions to the students' educational problems. However, I have limited capacity when it comes to providing the student with emotional support. Our students are human beings. They experience a lot in their lives beyond their studies. The spirit of humility dictates that we treat others with respect and dignity. Umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. A person is through others. I am because we are. I support emotionally or psychologically challenged students by listening or reading their emails and treating them with empathy. However, I'm not qualified professionally to counsel them. As a result, I refer them for counseling. The impact my work had on student retention. A student that I have previously supported who had a premature labor 2 years ago, she wrote an email to inform me that she's back to complete my module because from time to time I checked on her. Quote by Maya Angelou, open quote, I've learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did. But people will not forget how you made them feel. Admin support. I offer 90% of the emails, they are admin related, which are about admin issues, not content, academic or content-based issues. Administrative matters that I can assist in resolving, I do, and I refer those that I can't to experts or specialists. I offer technological support where I'm able. If it is beyond my ability, I refer the student to the relevant expert for support. For example, I once taught a student how to use a screenshot on a laptop or a computer. Criteria 3, integrated support and development for support employees, such as e-tutors and teaching assistant. What I've done, we requested our markers to give us report that will enhance teaching and learning to the benefit of our student. We aspire to transfer skills, knowledge, and values that will produce quality graduates who are well equipped for the workforce. Therefore, critical analysis and feedback of our assessment activities by the markers play a vital role in preparing of the future activities. It is a yardstick that we use to see if they are properly preparing the student to become independent, critical thinkers who can produce and form their viewpoint from the material provided, avoiding regurgitation. We are transferring skills, knowledge, and values that are producing quality graduates who are well equipped for the workforce. It is appropriate to acknowledge that the support I get from my colleagues so I can properly support the student. I have learned and continue to learn a lot about technology, administrative procedures, content approach, etc. From Mrs. Munyela, one of my colleagues, I've learned about technology. Criteria for motivation or inspiration of students to become independent scholars. Whenever we have online classes, we start by conducting 5 to 10 minutes pre-lecture motivational talks that touches on topics such as taking care of our mental health, time management, loss, transformation of the mind, etc. New messages sent can be made available to the adjudicators. It was sent on the 23rd of August by a student. Before I dive into my concern is the student, I want to express my gratitude. That's what the student wrote. I was particularly moved by Professor Bai's word. Of course, I'm not a professor. Encouragement, highlights of our progress and challenges we've faced. Personally, 2024 have been one of my toughest years. And her acknowledgement of our resilience truly resonated with me. As a medical doctor, pursuing a law degree, I'm aware of the commitments we juggle, and her supportive remarks meant a lot. The impact of my work on my student retention or student success, students who wrote letters of gratitude for pre-lecture and motivational talks. Students have passed my module and graduated to become successful in the chosen field. See, the reference letter from my former student is, of course, in the POE. Now that student is pursuing their master's degree in the very same department that I work in. Now I'm concluding, colleagues. Based on the material that I've provided, I've proven beyond reasonable doubt that in my transformed teaching and learning support activities, I have evidence of outstanding performance that is influential, impactful, and driven by the spirit of Ubuntu to produce equally, if not better, influential, relevant, fit for purpose graduates, professionals who are going to locally and globally revolutionize the legal, corporate spaces and their communities for the better. I rest my case. Kanimamba. Thank you.
Individual labor law is a second-year module with about 2,500 students per semester. The lecturers involved in this module are Mr. Davy Miller and myself, Ms. Mashudu Muraozi. We both are young academics who are passionate about education. We recognize that our students come from different backgrounds and each student learns differently. We thus strive to accommodate all our students and make their academic journey a fruitful one. Our teaching strategy is designed to be inclusive and effective for all students, irrespective of their diverse needs, backgrounds, or learning style. Our aim is to create a flexible learning environment that can accommodate a wide range of learners and optimize their educational experience. To effectively deliver education online, we have turned to learning technologies and ensured that they are accessible to all students despite their socio-economic status. This means designing educational content and tools that foster inclusive participation and engagement, even in the absence of direct teacher interaction. We thus use technology not only to facilitate communication, but to create educational experiences that are accessible and meaningful for every student. One of the challenges of a distant educational student is the lack of personal consultation with the educator. The student operates independently with limited guidance from the teacher. While this may be seen as a necessary outcome of distance learning and the online learning environment, it can sometimes also present a risk of student dropout. Thus, it is our view and our understanding that student support is key to student retention. In order to achieve this, we have applied different strategies. We have infused technologies such as multimedia integration, online interaction, and collaborative engagements, amongst other things, in our modules in order to support our students. We provide a flip-flop classroom whereby students review content at home and engage in activities on our site, online live classes, and our discussion forums. The most common and universal representation of information for learning is PowerPoint. PowerPoint's capabilities has allowed us to create an in-depth learning environment with a document file by making use of voice-over narratives, images, and videos, amongst other visual representations. To work around the shortcomings of Microsoft PowerPoint, we have employed various video editing and sound editing software to create similar narrated visual representations that may be created in PowerPoint. Using software such as Camtasia, we have created and produced high-quality online video lessons that not only contain visual information for students, but also contain engaging voiceovers that provoke engagement from the student as they listen and follow along with the lessons. In addition to this, we have also used online animation software to create video summaries of topic in every discussion. We ensure that students have the necessary resources, guidance to prepare effectively at home by posting all necessary material on my Unisa as well as on Telegram. Various videos explaining all that a student needs to know about each and every information of our module is uploaded on our welcome page. These videos contain information on how to navigate the system, assessment dates, how to submit, how to approach assessments, the use of IA in academia, and all other relevant module-related information. Students are provided with live online classes held via Teams, designed to prepare for both formative and summative assessments. This includes practice activities and information and practical demonstration of the format of their assessments. These lessons are held on weekends to accommodate students. Dates and links to the various live online classes held via Teams are posted, as well as a link to classes that have already been held, thus making it easy for our students to access any missed classes. In addition to the classes, we have provided access to additional resources such as online material, learning management systems that can help bridge gaps in understanding and reinforcing learning. This has increased student satisfaction in our module, and it has increased student participation in our module. Information regarding mental health and well-being is provided for on our site. This ensures that students have access to mental health professionals for regular counseling and crisis support, and resources on stress management, coping stresses, and mental health awareness. Thus, there being an establishment of a sense of community and shared understanding. Emotional support is essential to maintaining good mental health and preventing issues such as anxiety and depression. We offer flexible academic options such as extended deadlines to accommodate students dealing with emotional challenges. We sought to create channels for communication with students. We have created an environment where students are able to both communicate with the educator as well as their fellow students. Importantly, we wanted to create an online environment in which students can feel comfortable to engage with one another beyond the online message boards and environment. To this end, we have created a Microsoft Teams and Telegram group on which students could openly communicate with one another and educators, as well as receive updates and online classes links that they may have missed. This has created a healthier academic environment for our students. We stopped a bad practice whereby the Regional Academic Literacy Program provided tutorial lessons for our students without our knowledge, which contained content which was not relevant in our module, but designed for another institution. By resolving this challenge, we identified an area of potential aid whereby our classes can be advertised to students through various social media channels. Our goal is to allow our students to become independent scholars. We strive to provide our students the ability to manage their learning independently. Encouraging this involves providing tools and support necessary for independent scholarly activity. We have set up our site in a way that students can be independent and take charge of their academic journey. The videos that we have posted on our site help students develop the skills necessary for independent work, such as research methods, critical thinking, and problem solving. We provide constructive feedback and positive reinforcement to build students' confidence in their abilities. We provide access to academic resources such as library database and research tools. The impact of students is evident from the interaction with the students that our efforts have motivated students to be independent scholars. Students have been equipped with skills that they can use beyond this module. The structure and communication between lecturers and students has been largely bridged. We have seen an increase in student interaction on various platforms such as Microsoft Teams and Telegram. We have had an increase in the pass rate. The number of students submitting formative and summative assessment has increased compared to previous years. Students have used Telegram groups to organize their own discussion meetings on the platform, as well as send their queries. After providing an update regarding submission of the first assessment, the number of students who submitted increased sharply in the week, and students also expressed their gratitude for the updates. In fact, days before the assessment, we had more than 70% students submit. There has been an increase in the number of students attending online live classes via Teams from 2023 to 2024. Our students themselves can attest to all the above, that for evidence, the actual value and support we have provided them and the time we have invested to ensure their success throughout their academic journey.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Rilitile Tepiso Mangani, and I'm a senior lecturer at the Department of Environmental Sciences in the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, which is called CAIS. I'm currently a primary lecturer for Plant Studies 3. I also teach the work integrated learning modules, which form part of our nature conservation program. And lastly, I teach the vegetation management component for the final year practical contact course, which we offer at Marekele. I've been so privileged to teach both online and contact for the same Plant Studies 3 group of students, which means I get to see them online and face-to-face. With that said, the critical point that the modules that I teach is that they are exit modules, and they play an important role in making sure that the students get to complete their diploma qualifications. And the reason why I entered this excellence in teaching and learning is because I chose the category Excellence Award in Student Support with special focus on assessments. I continuously strove to provide meaningful education to support my students' learning experience using the model Community of Inquiry. I've been teaching this module for the past 2 years, and the cornerstone of my approach has been one of using previous assessment data to help me inform but to adjust and enhance my teaching practices. I adapted my instructions by applying new ideas so that they can suit every single student's individual needs. I constantly reflected in improving student performance by offering my social, cognitive, and teacher presence. Now, my approach has led me to witness significant outcomes and the overall satisfaction from my students. This strategy has resulted in improvement with an excellent pass rate of above 85% in the past 2 years that I've been teaching. And ladies and gentlemen, this year we got an outstanding 94% pass rate with 16 distinctions. Now that is quality. There are essential elements that are needed to create a meaningful education experience, especially in an online distance education. Using the community of inquiry model has helped me to integrate different elements to make learning meaningful and providing a good educational experience. However, according to Zhang and Zhu in their 2023 paper, and also in my opinion, I believe that an adjusted model should include learner presence and also institutional presence as well. Why do students in Odell find it so hard to learn, as opposed to our conventional universities? The Odell environment alienates them. Students are in different places and might never get to peer review each other or meet each other, and so that they can check on each other. They lack prior knowledge to build onto organizing the knowledge inappropriately. And yes, I see this a lot in the assessments that I mark. Students don't have clear understanding of what they've learned previously. For a practical model that I teach or that I also offer, they do not get enough practice. We need our students to master how to identify plants and vegetation, and they don't have that. They do not get enough feedback in time sometimes. And lastly, they don't understand why they need to learn something. That is the lack of motivation. Now, what is my role as a teacher using the community of inquiry? I have to set a good course climate. Using the module site, I intentionally force interaction on the welcoming page because that's the landing page. And because this is an Odell environment, assessment dates and the composition of assessments are critically important. So I place a big image with details on the welcoming page to conscientize the students of what they're expecting and what they need to do. Most of my lectures deliberately select content which is necessary for assessments. And I make sure that my students really know what is expected of them by making uncertainty safe as I teach. This strategy forces attendance and leads to students being able to confirm meaning through this communication. So as we teach, they confirm what they don't understand. I reinforce again communication using images to help the students be alert of closing dates and other important information. So images are something that I throw in there. In my module, I view assessments in two ways. So one, it's activity for students, something that should allow them to learn and reflect on their mistakes. But the second thing is my responsibility as a teacher. I need to give feedback. So the responsibility part is to give feedback and good reviews, and also on what needs revision and improvement. I also need to tell them what needs revision for improvement. I believe that this really sets a way so that the students can connect ideas and synthesize information. Then they're able to apply the knowledge into their real life scenarios. Once the students get to, I've got it, that's when we can settle and move on to the next selective content. Students do not learn because our instructions are sometimes not clear as teachers as well. So if you look at the cartoon that I've placed there, there's two boys. One is asking, one is saying, I taught Strap how to whistle. Then the other boy is saying, I don't hear him whistling though. The answer to that is the boy saying, I taught him, I didn't say he had learned. And this is why my role is, as a teacher, is not only to teach, but to make sure that the students understand by making instructions as clear as possible. I personalize meaning and adjust the instructions so that learning can be easier and even clearer. This approach has proven to work. As you compare the example of assessment 3 in this slide, In 2023 versus 2024, where the adjustment and pictures were put, there was an improvement of about 20% in the overall marks. Now, students need full cognitive presence from their teacher, and I have seen remarkable changes in results when compared to the past 4 years of the module, where the pass rate sometimes was below 50. My biggest achievement this year was seeing a pass rate going up to 94%, and as said before, with beautiful 16 distinctions from different age groups. As a teacher, it's important to create flexible and use diverse communication platforms with our students. Yes, I don't mean giving them a cell phone number. This makes the environment not to be so rigid. We send each other quick chats. We use the module page. We use Teams chat. And when they need a quick explanation about something or an assessment, they can just quickly chat and I respond to them. Students need constant engagement and social presence. That is very important. They need to be reminded all the time that it is possible to do something. They need to see the value of their education by looking at real-world examples that they can use. Otherwise, we just get students that do something and they just pass without having the application. So motivation also is very powerful as it influences learning outcomes. And I do this by placing best wishes messages in the first page of the exam paper. The students see that, and the first thing is, I think they calm down. I like to encourage my students all the time, and right before the exams, I always send a quick chat, sending them a message, telling them that they can do it. So according to a report which was done in the Washington University, students have a better chance of succeeding when they are driven and engaged, and that is our work. We need to enforce that. I see this, a lot of students, when I do that, a lot of students appreciate and they respond back by saying, thank you so much, ma'am. So normally after the exam is written, engagement stops between the teacher and the student. So we stop communication. But I make sure I continue with my presence by again sending the congratulatory message because they've done good. And so I need to come back and say congratulations to this group. But most importantly, I believe that when I give this sort of feedback, it sets a trend for the group of students to feel relaxed about the module. And the next group that comes will already know that this module is not that difficult. And we know because students always find a way to help on talking to each other. My presence as a teacher is not confined also within the model, community of inquiry model. Ubuntu and empathy are what defines who we are as Africans, how we relate to one another. And this philosophy implies that one can increase by sharing and caring for one another. This is seen on the sympathy messages I send to my students when they're going through bereavement. Students need to know that you are their safe place, but it's important that I still need to make sure that I remain firm so that I can uphold the learning standards. And so after I give my students extensions on assessments, after whatever they were going through, I still need to remind them and say, look, the due date is coming so that we can continue. And as I said before, a holistic model for me would be one that includes learner and institutional presence. Learners must be present for us to see good outcomes. If I don't give feedback in time, they must show eagerness for learning and remind me to give them feedback. Sia's example is a typical learner example element, and that resulted in great improvement, and he passed from him failing the previous years. Now my last 2 slides, ladies and gentlemen, are my concluding slides, and this is how I envision the future 30 years post-democracy at Unisa. Mr. Lodi was the oldest student in the group, and he alerted me about his struggles in learning, and so I engaged a lot with him, emails and talking, on Teams and stuff. And so when he completed his Plan Studies 3 module, he sent me a gratitude for the quality of support that he received. Now that is the future that I imagine for the University of the Land. Unisa must be known for the quality education and the teaching presence that we offer in the next 150 years also. My closing example is somebody that touched my heart when I first arrived at Unisa 2021. So this student was really discouraged and kept underperforming, not just in my modules. And the truth is, I was not so hopeful and in the beginning. But it took some encouragement and yes, criticism. I had to criticize her for her to pull herself up. Right after she got her results, when she was doing honors, she wrote back to me, sending me an appreciation for the support. But the fact that she said she pulled herself through is what melted my heart. This is the future we want to imagine. The young girls in our country need to realize their potential and that they can make it. And it really starts with them pulling themselves, irrespective of their social backgrounds. I'd like to say thank you to everybody that assisted me. It was really hard, especially Dr. Malungani, the Director of Quality Assurance at our college. And in my language we say, "Ke a leboga." And to my husband, who always encourages me, who said I must come with the first prize. In his language, which is the Shona, we say, "Maitabasa."
Wow, 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 wow. Thank you very much, colleagues. That was very inspirational. If I can ask the colleagues who just presented, if they can go and take their seats as we are going to introduce the next section. If I may, just to go through the number of things that we have learned, but I think very important, it's that we do not just come here to support our colleagues from a viewpoint of only to support our colleagues, but to come here with the intention of learning from others, their strategies which they use in supporting their students, so that we can also we can incorporate those strategies in order to ensure that the entire Unisa is a winner, not just some segments within Unisa. So some of the things that were highlighted, it's that there are lecturers who are using captions in terms of the videos they use to make it easier to follow, and there are lecturers who are making sure that they are not just felt from giving the academic or the academic support, which is the content, but also making sure that they give that emotional support, which is very needed. And there was a quote by Maya Angelou, who then stressed that you'll be remembered mainly by how you make people feel. We are also encouraged or shown that we can make use of videos that will bridge the gaps in between the videos or the classes which you have with your students. And very important, it's that we must make sure that we give our students timely and constructive feedback. And amongst the others, make sure that your expectations are very clear from the onset, that the students, they know what is expected of them from the onset, not the day before the final assessment. And also that you set those instructions very clear, make sure that you are not ambiguous, where students will just write their own thing and then you mark them wrong, but actually the problem started with the one who was asking the question. So that was the previous speakers from the nominees from Excellence Award in Student Support, but we still have many more. There were just many. We had to break them into two parts. Before I call the next one, allow me to read this quote from Kofi Annan. "Knowledge is power. Information is liberating. Education is the premise of progress in every society and in every family." Then, if I may call the following speakers, still from the same category. If I can have Ms. Zanele Mpanza from CSET, Ms. Kitsiso Siete from CHS, and Mr. Sibusiso Mlochwa from KES to come and take the seat in the front. And as we know, then they are going to speak to us in the past, from the past in the present. Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zanele Mpanza. I lecture Advanced Diploma and BH Tech Honors. My passion and love for teaching stems from my background and upbringing. I will tell you a story about myself so that you understand why I'm so passionate about student support. I was born into a family of 5 as the youngest. My father was the only one who was formally employed as a kitchen boy, while my mother had her own side hustles to help my father make ends meet. This was not necessarily my driving force at school. My mom described me as special because I would achieve great results, yet found no need to celebrate. I wasn't motivated by my results, but rather my goal. I wanted to change their lives, my whole family's lives, as I was not only the youngest, but also I was the first one to obtain higher education. So why, when, and how students learn? There are many reasons why people find interest in learning. Some people do it to emancipate their minds, keeping it busy by discovering new information. Others do it out of passion, but for a large group of people, especially people who have been previously disadvantaged, learning is a means of escape. This escape comes with new experiences and promises of a better life, a life that involves liberation, security, and comforts. Outside of changing my family's life, being in an environment of learning brought immense joy to me. An introduction to a new world filled with possibilities and opportunities. I developed a love for knowing and understanding why things are. Nurturing my interest were all the teachers and professors before me. Each had their unique way of teaching, but the same amount of passion and love for enriching lives. Understanding students' individual needs is almost imperative to my teaching, as this allows me to be able to tailor myself for their best interest. I accomplish this by eagerly interacting with my students individually throughout the year. Prior to the commencement of the first session, I post a welcoming message on my modules to provide students with an overview of what to anticipate upon registration. This message serves as an introduction of both myself and the module, outlining expected outcomes and guiding students on accessing study materials. Moreover, it notifies them about the forthcoming introductory session scheduled post-registration finalization, for which a communication will be dispatched. Upon the commencement of the academic curriculum, a notification is disseminated to students regarding the introductory class to be conducted via MS Teams, garnering significant interest as students are keen on the module's prospects. The introductory class allows the students to not only get to know me, but each other for peer support. I also share insights from my professional journey, particularly industry experiences, which aims to reassure them of the practical experience that I have so that they are confident that I too have an understanding of what the industry wants. I prompt students to tell us who they are, where they are based, employment status, the industry they work in, and reasons for selecting industrial engineering. This serves as an icebreaker and facilitates peer-to-peer acquaintance, fostering a networking environment where students discover commonalities such as managerial roles and entrepreneurship. Unemployed individuals also leverage this opportunity to showcase their skills for potential job placements within the cohort, along encouraging the formation of WhatsApp group for collaborative learning and support. Furthermore, this method aids in understanding the student demographic, allowing for tailored teaching approaches to cater to the needs of each individual. The first lecture also helps me to get to understand each student's personal timetable, allowing both to circle on appropriate lecture times and dates. This is followed by a walkthrough of the module, what is expected of them, and how they can accomplish this. We set our game plan so that everyone can assess the module and align it with their personal needs and goals. I explain the syllabus, assessment criteria, and the assessment methods, providing insights into the learning objectives for each study unit. Additionally, I demonstrate how to navigate the My Modules and My Exams platform, highlighting the availability of supplementary resources, emphasizing the significance of additional resources for accessing extra study materials, videos, and open educational resources. Clarifying the School of Engineering's assessment approach, which centers on continuous assessments. I expand on the mechanisms and associated benefits to the students. I expand upon various assessments, their respective weights, deadlines, and the feedback delivery process for each assessment. I demonstrate the location and method of accessing the major assessment. Furthermore, I clarify the invigilation technique employed by the School of Engineering and invigilating major assessments. I guide them through the proctoring system, detailing the download procedure and providing insights into the assessment day expectations, honoring their needs, the needs of students entails recognizing the importance of providing timely responses to their inquiries, such as emails, thereby solidifying their trust in me within the hotel environment. This trust is grounded in the belief that I am fully committed to assisting them in realizing their academic pursuits and aspirations. Hence, the cultivation of a relationship builds on pillars of trust and respect. I conduct classes on a weekly basis to ensure consistent interaction between myself and the students. My availability to provide support outside regular hours has played a significant role in strengthening my rapport with students. Additionally, student support is crucial for overall personal development, fostering traits such as resilience, confidence, and accountability that are beneficial for success in academic and personal domains. During the discussion class sessions, the subject is introduced, followed by a visual presentation in the form of a video depicting the subject matter, its appearance, and functionality. Engineering represents a practical field of study necessitating students to actualize the information they receive. I establish an environment where students can utilize their prior knowledge to construct new insights, employing a constructivism approach. In interactive sessions, students are encouraged to engage in conversations where each one provides an illustration of how the acquired knowledge or technology is implemented in their workplace. A tangible demonstration of student comprehension emerges when they start sharing examples and personal narrative during group discussions. Moreover, learners demonstrate improved retention of knowledge when they explain concepts to their peers. WhatsApp functions as a central platform for facilitating student interactions, enabling the exchange of ideas and peer support through a dedicated group. In the initial MS Teams class, students are prompted to share contact details to form a WhatsApp group for seamless communication and cooperation. When addressing computer numerical control, students promptly relate to it in their workplaces and elaborate on how it is utilized and the benefits it brings to the company or organization. Subsequently, I encourage them to consider applying this knowledge within a South African context, taking into account the available resources. For instance, in the context of automation, energy is required to power the process. I challenge students to devise strategies for implementing automation considering the energy crisis in South Africa. The students must then consider alternative energy sources that are viable, along with their constraints, financial implications, and other related factors. I also prompt them to contemplate how South African schools can equip students for automation, which demands highly skilled individuals within the current academic framework. This task requires students to investigate how the curriculum should be constructed to cultivate their necessary skills for the impending fourth industrial revolution. It prompts students to draw upon their past experiences, foster critical thinking, and apply knowledge to real-world issues. My objective is to instill in students the ability to think critically, imparting knowledge that transcends the confines of textbooks. To me, teaching is not merely transmitting syllabus content, but a means to effect change while acknowledging the diverse backgrounds of students. I consistently tailor my instruction to address the adversities encountered by our communities. Having first-hand experience of the hardships and injustices faced by Black communities, as well as the struggles to overcome poverty, I urge students to contemplate ways to uplift their communities using the knowledge and skills acquired in class. A responsive curriculum facilitates students' involvement in exploration, nurturing innovation through their ideas and hands-on expertise, especially apparent among those from disadvantaged backgrounds. The realm of engineering has sparked hope and aspiration in young individuals from outset of their educational journey. By harnessing limited resources and overcoming obstacles, youth from rural and township areas have showcased remarkable agility and creativity. In rural villages, young males managed to create wire cars as an alternative to unattainable and costly toys, as the act of creation was unrestricted. This symbolic creation continues to captivate even present-day children who possess these conventional toys, since crafting the wire car embodies an achievable dream. one that symbolizes liberation for future generations. Acknowledging and harnessing the existing skills of these learners from diverse backgrounds through a curriculum that evolves to meet global demands is crucial in my vision of a responsive curriculum. By purposefully incorporating technology into my teaching practices, I enhance knowledge accessibility, deliver personalized instruction, and promote the development of digital literacy skills. My approach is straightforward. I prioritize the students. Apart from my passion for teaching, I view them as clients who must be kept content at all times. This approach proves beneficial as it encourages students to share their personal obstacles, workplace challenges, and the impact of balancing education, professional commitments, and personal life. I employ student-centered learning as this ensures that my teaching is tailored to their needs and interests. I employ this through directing focus towards students' requirements, preferences, and cognitive processes rather than the content I provide. I employ formative assessments like quizzes and minor tests, along with summative assessments like major tests, to monitor students' progress continuously, offering timely and tailored feedback for adjustments in the teaching and learning process. Unisa underscores the importance of student-centeredness as articulated in the mission and also emerges as one of the core values. Understanding a student's viewpoint is crucial for appropriately addressing their emotional requirements. This requires attentive listening and engaging in meaningful dialogue with students in order to fully understand what they are going through. I recognize the importance of considering a student's mental well-being and emotional strain associated with studying at an open distance e-learning institution like Unisa, which attracts a diverse student population. I contribute by guiding students through the module at the beginning of the academic year, alleviating any concerns. Additionally, interactive sessions aid in reducing stress as students can openly discuss challenges they encounter. The primary objective is to reduce dropout rates and protect program duration, thereby assisting students in completing their programs successfully. To guarantee the quality assurance of student support, students are provided with an evaluation form, enabling them to express concerns anonymously. Upon receiving these forms, appropriate solutions are implemented to address raised issues. Following this, a plan for enhancement is devised based on the feedback received, which is then submitted to the quality management team. Moreover, a biannual student forum known as the Student Indaba is organized, where all departmental students, staff, and support units convene. This forum serves as a platform for students to voice any concerns or issues they may have, which are promptly dealt with. Ensuring effective communication with students and providing timely feedback is another strategy employed to uphold the quality of student support. In conclusion, having lived experience as a student, and more specifically a student who studied at the hard-earned tiers of a family, I understand more than anyone else the importance and significance of supporting individuals successfully and seamlessly to achieve their goals. As I endeavor to enhance the quality of life of each individual whom I have privileged to educate, I am mindful of my own background as a farm girl during my transition from a rural to a township school. I, as a young girl, harbored aspirations of uplifting my family and bringing pride to my father, a man who lacked formal education but has now become a distinguished scholar through me. It is my aspiration to nurture numerous scholars who will be esteemed by their communities, proudly declaring, "This remarkable scholar hails from our village." By incorporating practical illustrations in my teaching, I aim to create an impact, even if it resonates with only a few individuals. Thank you.
Sanbonani Dumelani Awusheni. Molweni Lochani Huyemida. Good afternoon. Dumela mo Africa Umuntle. My name is Kitisa Sete and I'm from the Department of Communication Sciences under the College of Human Sciences. I refer to myself as a Kasi intellect, and not because I'm smart and I'm from a township, though I aspire to be, but because I believe that townships are the reflection of what Africa is. which among others is the embodiment of inequalities, exclusion, and diversity. And Africa is what we teach. Therefore, more than anything, my passion for student support is fueled by the harsh reality of inequality and exclusion in Africa. Every day, I am dedicated to ensuring that no student is left behind. Note, education is not about impacting knowledge. It is about nurturing growth, fostering resilience, and ensuring that every student has the tools and guidance they need to succeed. I am nominated for the Excellent Award in Student Support because of my effort to go beyond and above my role as a lecturer to provide student support for an inclusive and constructive teaching and learning environment, which is a notable example for this award category. Guided by the connectivism paradigm, which acknowledges the increasing advancement in technology, and I'm holding to Unisa's tuition policies fundamental principle, which among others strive for a student-centered institution which provide for an integration of information communication technologies and learning programs and makes effective and innovative use of technology in developing and offering its programs and improving its teaching methods. My methods to provide effective student support strategies involve the integration of different media platforms. I use Moodle, Microsoft Teams, WhatsApp, Flipgrid, and the effectiveness of all these tools lies in how they are used to make sure that every student has information shared and is encouraged to participate. As confusing and time-consuming as it might sound, all of these platforms are all integrated into the Microsoft Teams classroom, tailored to work to the best for both the students and the lecturer. It is very effective and cost-effective for the student, and most importantly, convenient for myself as a lecturer and prepares me for an online class full of engaging students. Through the Microsoft Teams classroom, students have access to Moodle platform site, the WhatsApp group, transcripts of the class recordings, and emotional support activities. However, student support is not a one-shoe-fits-all. You need to understand why you teach, what you teach, who you teach, where you teach, and how your student learn. For this particular reason, I devised a survey consisting of different sections. Section A required students to specify their primary devices for attending classes, the type of internet connection they utilize, and the most suitable time for their weekly online classes, at their preference between Microsoft Teams and live classes and pre-recorded lessons. Students were equally requested to specify any difficulties they have encountered while engaging in the weekly lesson. The survey findings reveals that the majority of the students primarily utilizes smartphones and mobile data for engaging in teaching and learning activities. The primary challenges they face in participation include load shedding, network connectivity, time for the class, and limited data availability. Therefore, having multiple platforms allows the students to choose the platform that works best for them and is affordable and convenient. Providing students with a platform that allows for informal interaction and active involvement, such as WhatsApp, in determining their class preferences regarding time, platform has a positive impact on the overall class attendance. This has transformed the teaching process into a two-way process where students are actively engaged in their education. Teaching must take place. I conduct weekly classes, which can either be Microsoft Teams, live classes, or pre-recorded lesson. Using Teams for live classes is highly convenient as the platform enables me to have complete control over the class and also allows students to actively participate. Students are permitted to actively participate in class, and the platform provides them with the option to type their inquiries should they choose to not speak out loud. In addition, I utilize PowerPoint to create slides and pre-recorded lesson. Both platforms provide students with constant access to the course recording, allowing them to listen to them at their convenience. In order to ensure that the curriculum is student-centered, thereby promoting active and involved learning, I design assignment tools that facilitate active and immersive student engagement so that they are engaged in their own learning, allowing them to experience applying and contextualizing the context covered in the program. Assessments are designed to encourage students to think critically and creatively, effectively communicate their ideas, and make appropriate use of knowledge sources as outlined in the Unisa tuition policy. For example, students might be prompted to deliberate on the significance of Africanizing publicity. Such questions compel students to actively participate in critical analysis. It is, however, important to acknowledge the diversity of the students we teach. While acknowledging the diversity of the students we have in class, it is impossible to teach in all the official languages. Some of these African languages are not yet developed for academic use. Therefore, in order to ensure diversity and inclusion, students are allowed to ask questions in their own languages, which then the question is translated to English. Although the response may be in English, this method allows students the confidence to engage in class and participate in class discussions. All of these efforts are made to make sure that students are supported. Like Township, Unisa is Africa, embodying the diverse range of students with aspiration for a better Africa. Students are coming from different backgrounds, often reflecting the inequalities of Africa. Therefore, it is important to implement student support strategies to ensure that all students are able to access and participate in the teaching and learning environment. We cannot reclaim Africa's intellectual features without Africa. Therefore, we strive for an inclusive and constructive teaching and learning environment for Africa. This is only possible through effective student support, strategies, and compassion. Remember, compassion is the true reflection of our passion for teaching, and we can only do this together. Maboko dinku atebana. I thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sibusiso Mlojwa. I'm a chartered accountant by profession, lecturer in the Department of Financial Governance. I am a son, a father, a malume to someone, a grandfather to someone, a mate, societally. Have been with the department as a marker, fixed-term contractor, and recently graduated to a permanent status. It is well within my advanced objectives to be part of the institution in a strategic role that looks into quality assurance matters, especially in an open distance learning environment. I recently submitted a conference paper on quality assurance in higher education in a digital era, which seeks to unpack challenges and concerns from an accountancy profession point of view. I'm a member in good standing of the College of Accounting Quality Assurance Committee, Student Success Forum, and a dedicated mentor within the college. I have been nominated by the College of Accounting through the Department of Financial Governance for Student Support category. I'm going to take you through my teaching and learning strategies, which embodies the following 4 fundamental pedagogical theories. One being behaviorism theory. It seeks to unpack the ability to influence students' behavior through interaction. The usage of the consultation system, which we're using within the Financial Governance Department, enhances and improves the interaction with the students. My role as a mentor to 12 mentees within the college is another platform where I get a chance to understand students' challenges, provide contextual support, and influence their different pathways positively. The second one being cognitivism theory. So this theory looks at the practice of reflection with an aim to form connections or develop thematical analysis of scenarios in an integrated thinking approach. An example will be where we test our students, as an example, to prepare journal entries. But using the same scenario, we also ask them to prepare a statement of financial position or a statement of profit and loss. So the third theory is the constructivism theory. This is students' ability to create an understanding based on prior knowledge. Before a consultation or a lecture with the students, I normally probe their level of understanding of the basics before we start adding a brick onto another brick so that they can understand the new topic that is going to be introduced. The fourth one is connectivism theory. Institutionally, there is a full appreciation of usefulness of incorporating advancements in technology within teaching and learning with an aim to enhance students' experiences. The one that I've highlighted, it's the consultation system. It's one of the ways we're trying to improve our students' experiences so that they understand that there is an element of interaction which the university tries to enhance digitally. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the leadership of the college, the director, the chair of departments, my colleagues who tacitly supported my journey on this challenging process. Special shout to Moiponi, you rock. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Just to remind you, the category was for student support. And from what I gathered from these three presentations, well, everybody, it's how there are various methods of supporting our students. You know, I pride myself that, you know, a lot of times our university, you will see students they are quick to make us trend when they don't like something, you know. So I am urging you today, please get on your phone, take pictures of this beautiful presentation. Can we trend for something good today? Can we use this opportunity? And also, I would like to thank the management that we have such platform, because firstly, you invested money in this, lots of money. We have red carpet, fresh flowers, media, pictures, the band, everything is on point, top billing style, you understand? You know, so all of that, it is to you, and it shows that you're not only investing, our university is not only investing in us, the employees, but also in students, for everyone to be able to come here and pride themselves of how they support their students. It's because they get it from their managers. You know, one of the contestants, she kept referring to her father. She told us about the family that she comes from. And all of us, you know, in Sesotho, there's a saying, I will translate in English, hore, ngwana ke seipone sa habo. It means that if a child is behaving in a good way, it always reflects on the parents. If it's in the bad way, it reflects on the parents. These contestants, all of them sitting here, it reflects back to management, you know. So meaning that, management, you are doing yes, thumbs up. You are doing an excellent job. Now, can we please clap hands for the three contestants under student support? Remember to take pictures. We need to trend. We must trend. Use Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook. We are there. Unisa, tag Unisa. We need to trend for something good. We are doing great and amazing things. Now, for the next category, it is for module design. Can I please have Mr. Curtis Ross Love from College of Human Science and Mr. Dwayne Koch from College of Accounting Science to come forward? And for the two will be under module design. Mr. Love and Mr. Koch will be under module design. And also, can we have Ms. Tandiwe Mdlungu from College of Law for the category under assessments? Can the three of them please come to the front? Can we give them a round of applause? Guys, it's a festival. It's a festival. We are Africans. We are Africans. It's a festival. Halala. Take the pictures. Khata khata. Social media. Hashtag. Thank you.
Preparing for this festival, I've become aware of at least 5 transitions. I suspect there are many more, but these are the ones I can see, that we as educators at Unisa are currently trying to navigate. I will briefly name them without further comment before outlining my way of trying to work with them in the context of module design. My hope that is in my short presentation, you will find some solidarity in the difficulty of teaching and learning, and something to catalyze your next step on the journey of module design. The 5 transitions I see are from correspondence study guide-based learning to online multimedia learning, from westernized colonial learning to Africanized decolonial learning, from mono or bilingual European language instruction to multilingual African language instruction, from centralized disability accommodations to dispersed disability accommodations, and lastly, from internet-assisted learning to generative AI-assisted learning. Each of these transitions mentioned is indeed complex, fraught, consequential, and without precedent. But when taken together as a whole, we must admit to their impossibility. While this is true, we must remember that this impossibility is the very condition for new, unimagined futures. To understand how my philosophy of module design has developed, it's worth mentioning what I inherited when I took over this module at the end of 2022. This module is an elective module in the BA General called Human Rights, Values and Social Transformation. Registrations are between 1,200 and 1,600 students per year. A study guide from 2016, though with portions that seemed even older. An assessment plan with 2 file upload formative assessments, essays, and a take-home exam, which confusingly in Unisa speak is an online exam. I also inherited load shedding, which I wasn't alone in inheriting, with 2023 being the worst year on record, and stage 6 was introduced in that year. I also inherited the Moodle management learning system, which again was not me alone, but this too was unstable with many outages, and the communication system was unreliable, sometimes taking up to 10 days to send an announcement or message to students. So considering the 5 transitions I believe we are navigating and what I inherited when I came into the module, I've come to understand my approach to module design as something like trying to build a plane while you are flying it. This approach to module design demands that we accept the sheer scale of the multiple transitions we're trying to navigate. And rather than thinking about module design as a once every 7-year formal process, we think of it as ongoing, piecemeal, iterative, and dialogical process that is ideally supported by our institution's managerial and developmental processes. My approach to module design is rooted in the Freirean understanding of education as a problem-posing enterprise, in which conversation is the primary learning technology for raising consciousness. In this view, a classroom or a learning environment, whether virtual or physical, becomes a space for asking questions, a space of cognition, not information. And here I'm following Stommel and Thomas. Vertical or hierarchical relationships give way to more playful ones, in which students and teachers co-author together the parameters for their individual and collective learning. This problem-posing approach to module design must encourage and invite conversation and co-creation. It does not see flexibility, change, openness, and incompleteness as problems to be solved, but in fact as the only way to create an authentic and humanizing education. In the context of the 5 transitions I see, and what I inherited from this module, the most important priority at the beginning of my module design journey became building an accessible, reliable, stable, and flexible communication system between myself and students, which sadly meant going beyond Moodle. For various reasons which are outlined in my formal submission, WhatsApp has become my chosen platform for the module's conversational nervous system. Using a variety of announcements, reactions, polls, open group discussions, and direct messages, we can engage in various conversations that shape the module's form and content as it unfolds each semester and in how it is unfolding more broadly. Along with this conversational nervous system, module design requires a skeleton which I've tried to develop by asking the following question at every possible turn. How do I make this part of the module more conversational and more co-creative? Whether online activities, lectures, assessments, or student support, this question shapes and guides their design. While there are many small and large things I'm experimenting with in the module, let me share one example of how this commitment has taken place with an online activity called Dignity Interviews. As part of the unit in which we explore the relationship between the human dignity, and human rights, students are invited to do the following. Go and speak to a few people, perhaps a family member, colleague, partner, friend, or neighbor, and ask them, do humans have dignity, or where does that dignity come from? After you have a few answers as to why humans should be thought of as having dignity, please fill in your best answers on this Microsoft form. These answers will be used in future conversations. From the 173 responses I received last semester, I selected a sample of them that reflected different positions on this relationship and used them to introduce the discussion on the question of the human dignity and human rights in one of our online recorded lectures. Only after discovering their thoughts with them did I bring into the conversation more formal philosophical considerations and different schools of thinking. With WhatsApp as the conversational nervous system, a module design-driven skeleton built on the question, how I make this more conversational and co-creative, it is only through engagement with and between students that the module has flesh and comes to life. However, living as we do in the wake of the apartheid and colonial gaze, we know that some flesh has and continues to be deemed as more valuable, beautiful, and knowledgeable than others. This means that HRV 1601 must be animated by decolonial and Africanizing rhythms if this body is not simply going to be alive, but also actually live. Again, to pick just one example of these Africanizing, decolonizing rhythms of the module, we discussed the Kenya Peace Accord of 2008, which arose from trying to deal with violence that flared up between Kikuyu and Kalenjin communities after the disputed 2008 election, costing more than 1,300 people their lives. The intervention of the state using arrests, imprisonments, and military presence did nothing to break the cycle of violence and counter-violence. Eventually, a group of Kikuyu elders convened leaders from both communities, and using indigenous philosophies and practices like Wazi and Harambe, they initiated a healing process by not just punishing those who had broken state law, but by dealing with the underlying and long-standing grievances that were fueling the violence: land dispossession, inequality, and marginalization in Kenyan politics and society as experienced by Kalenjin communities. This case study, in the context of the module, seeks to show that many of our continent's problems were created by the imposition of modern nation states onto Africa, and so cannot be solved by those same state logics. Rather, subjugated and marginalized indigenous African knowledges can aid us in reimagining decolonial options and healed futures in situations that are often reduced by the state to crime and punishment. While entering into the formal module development process next year, fully aware of the limitations and even failures of my module design, I believe that my build the plane while flying it approach means that I enter into the process with a range of experiments, ideas, problems, questions, conundrums, and areas of improvement to make the process useful. But I also enter into it with an awareness that module development will not end the tensions brought on by the 5 transitions, and will simply be another moment of the ongoing, piecemeal, iterative, and conversational approach to module design that I believe our current moment demands. Thank you.
Good day, fellow colleagues. My name is Dwayne Koch, a senior lecturer in the Department of Management Accounting, and I've been nominated for the award in the category of Excellence in Module Design. In the next few minutes, I will attempt to briefly showcase the work done in AIN 2601 and how it contributes to academic excellence in teaching and learning. The agenda for today will cover the following aspects. I'll start off with a brief introduction, then looking at some insight into my teaching and learning philosophy, touching on some aspects of the award criteria for module design, and then concluding with my personal journey. How did this journey begin? Well, being part of the communities of best practice in digital acumen for the CICA 2025 objectives, now the CEO of the future, different institutions had an opportunity to showcase their work. And for the most part, these were residential universities where students had access to more resources and as a result, may not have been as exposed to the types of challenges that Unisans are exposed to. What I found quite interesting was when comparing what these institutions intended to do to what we already have, I noticed that firstly, we were not that far off with the institutions that could be considered leaders in digital acumen. And second, we had an opportunity to not only improve what we already have, but to position our students to really compete with their peers in the area of digital acumen. My motivation for entering the category for excellence in module design emanates from my perceptions of how robust the design of my module actually is, especially when benchmarking it against other universities and how much more we could improve our standard and design for the benefit of our students. My teaching and learning philosophy is underpinned by the fact that teaching is a calling and of the highest in serving humanity. I'm always driven by my values, which are influenced by the Word of God. And in particular, scripture I would like to refer to is from the Apostle Paul's second letter to Timothy, in 2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 15, where it reads, "Study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth." Two main ideas emanate from this scripture. However, for the sake of time, I will only deal with the first one, in that there is an emphasis placed on studying. Studying to show oneself as approved before God, a workman worthy of hire that does not stand ashamed. Now, due to injustices of the past, many people have been robbed of their dignity, leaving them standing ashamed and lacking personal approval or the approval of others, and therefore, as educators and people of influence, it is incumbent upon us to restore dignity and establish approval in a student's own context. The two teaching theories most appropriate to my philosophy are connectivism, which basically talks to the idea and the reality that technology can be used to further extend learning. Siemens states that learning may reside in non-human appliances and that nurturing and maintaining connections is needed to facilitate continual learning. The second theory being social constructivism, which emphasizes that learning, understanding, and meaning are developed in coordination with other human beings, where Vygotsky argues that to construct knowledge on a social level, it is important to allow learners to relate to their circumstances. In addition, when designing the module, I had to be cognizant of the fact that students learn differently, whether through an accommodating, converging, or assimilating learning style. My teaching strategy had to cater to this by incorporating direct instruction, active learning, technology-enhanced learning, and facilitation combined with a flipped the classroom style approach. The category for module design consisted of 6 criteria, which highlights our contribution to academic excellence in teaching and learning. However, due to time and time constraints, I will only touch on 3 of them. The first being the inclusion of additional student support instruments and the framework for a team approach, also known as the FTA, where we use several interventions such as our available LMS in Moodle and its different functionalities. We created an online classroom on MS Teams and provided instructions for our students to join the live classes. We also formed and advertised a WhatsApp group on our discussion forum where we could direct all the students to the same WhatsApp group with the lecturer as the admin. And this was to ensure that discussions were constructive and controlled. Now, students didn't know that the lecturer was the admin of the group, but hey, who's counting? The other aspect was the importance of the FTA, where we worked very closely with an educational consultant who was most competent in their knowledge and understanding of aspects such as the planning process, online development, curriculum design, where we built in consideration for all students, abled and differently abled, and ensuring that we reach the standards of quality according to the university policies. Our contribution towards academic excellence highlights the inclusion of cutting-edge content. AIN 2601 includes a component which involves working with an international stakeholder, namely Sage Pastel Accounting, where students not only get exposed to accounting information systems, but are also exposed to content that is used both locally and internationally. An AIN 2601 student is afforded the opportunity to participate in an external exam administered by Sage to demonstrate competence. They are also exposed to a candidate pool where potential employers can employ them based on their skills and their competence. Cutting-edge theory, Microsoft Excel, and VBA training that AIN 2601 students receives sets them apart compared to other students or other institutions. Our content is superior, and this is also evident when assessing the applications from external students who seek ad hoc credits for AIN 2601. Now, the criteria for including mechanisms for feedback and improvement is also demonstrated in the following manner. Due to the number of students in a semester, it is sometimes difficult to give individual feedback to every student. However, we ensured that our memorandums provided detailed feedback to students about how marks were scored. Students also knew they had access to the lecturing team should they needed further guidance and explanations on concepts that they didn't quite understand. I also used Microsoft Forms applications to create feedback about every class that was held, as well as obtaining feedback about the module design and the students' views about their overall experience of the module. My contribution to academic excellence can be expressed in a quote from a student who stated the following as an alumni, or he stated the following: as an alumni from CSET College, I can say that this course has blown my mind. 60 to 80% more engaging, efficient, effective, informative than most courses I have done as part of studies in the information technology courses at Unisa. If the STEM courses were supported and presented like this, we would have so many more people eager to do STEM. My personal learning journey has been one of inspiration and fulfillment at the same time. The fact that teaching is a calling and that I have the privilege and responsibility to make a difference in the lives of my students, their futures, and their families is indeed something not to be taken lightly. Since my philosophy I use to approach both teaching and learning will hold me accountable, it is my responsibility to make sure that I'm operating to the best of my abilities and that my students are always included in the learning process, encouraging and equipping them to attain the necessary skills to compete at very high levels with their peers in pursuit of reaching their dreams and aspirations. That brings me to the end of my presentation. I'd like to thank you for your attention.
standing before you is Thandizwe Mdlumbu from the Department of Corrections Management under the College of Law. I have been nominated today under the category of Excellence Award for Assessment. In the era of rapid technological advancement and digital connectivity, education has transcended the traditional boundaries of space and time. We gather here to celebrate the excellence in assessment. It is most important to recognize the transformation of the power of Odell institutions in shaping the future of higher education. Institutions like the University of South Africa stand in the forefront of this shift to create a dynamic, flexible learning environment that caters to the diverse needs of our students, regardless of their geographical area. In my capacity as a lecturer and in line with the CLAW vision of becoming the leading college of law and justice in Africa, I am guided by the principles of lifelong learning, student-centeredness, and innovation. My assessment strategies are integrated and are designed to ensure that all students receive the support and opportunity they need to succeed in accordance with the Unisa tuition policy. No single assessment method can fully assess a student's learning. It is necessary to use a set of assessment methods to achieve consistent and fair results. Therefore, my assessments accommodate all 4 learning styles. I utilize a variety of interactive learning tools to cater to the different learning styles and keep students engaged. YouTube videos for the visual and auditory learners, as well as discussion forums for collaborative learning and critical thinking. Teams meetings for real-time interaction and support. There are tools that ensure that all students can actively participate in the learning process regardless of their preferred learning style. My teaching and learning philosophy is deeply rooted within a cognitive constructivism by Vygotsky. This philosophy posits that learning is a social process where knowledge is created through interaction and collaboration. In my context, teaching and learning occurs through interaction with my students, their interaction with their peers, as well as student support and the real world around them. Crime is a universal phenomenon and students have either directly or indirectly experienced it. Thus, their unique experience becomes part of the assessment process. For example, when I ask students about the nature and extent of crime that occurs in bridges, I expect different, although correct answers because of Unisa's students' realities and backgrounds that are different. One student may be coming from Cape Town waterfront where the bridges have lights 24/7 and security is visible. Another student may be coming from a township where the bridge is a no-go if you are not in groups. And another student may be coming from a rural area where the bridges are small and frequently flooded, where the structure is no different from gravel roads surrounding it. Consequently, the length of crime and strategies to curb these incidences in bridges will vary because of these different backgrounds. I use a student-centered learning approach, and my core guiding principles are transformative education that is inclusive and active student participation. One of the main asked questions today is, how do I assess? For my assessment online, I use the Bloom taxonomy as a guide, depending on the level that I'm assessing. Students are required to be critical thinkers, problem solvers. I particularly concentrate on the middle order and the higher order of thinking. This part requires my PEN 2604 and PEN 3705 students to understand the criminal justice phenomenon and be able to apply them in their own unique communities and cases. I integrate both the formative and summative assessment to assure a comprehensive evaluation of students' learning. The formative assessment include multiple choice quizzes and discussion forum, cases, studies, and YouTube clips. The active participation of students provides ongoing feedback and encourages them to continually engage. For summative assessment, examinations with essay questions and real-life cases are studied and posed. Noteworthy, the effective communication of assessment information through tutorial letters, SMSs, and the My Unisa platform is provided. Moreover, a detailed rubric which provides clarity and the expectations of the assessment is always provided. I employ 5 innovative strategies to achieve a successful assessment process. The first one is collaborative assessment. Team discussions in correctional management, where the students engage in scenarios resembling life situations in correctional facilities. These group discussions enable students to construct knowledge through dialogue and compromise, mirroring the complex situations in South African prisons. For example, requesting my corrections management students to draft a correctional facility management plan, which will require the students to integrate their collective knowledge and create practical solutions. The second assessment strategy is reflective assessment practice. For example, I give out assignments that require students to reflect on how they would solve problems in the correctional centers, such as overcrowding, suicide, and violence. This practice helps students to gain a deeper understanding of theoretical concepts and their practical application. The third strategy is flexible assessment practice. I adapt a flexible assessment practice to accommodate the diverse and often challenging background of Unisa students. I recognize that students face socio-economic challenges, including electricity, which is due to load shedding, a limited access to technology and Wi-Fi or data. To mitigate these factors, I provide students with flexible deadlines, provide students with a variety of submission formats. I accept both typed and handwritten assignments to accommodate those students that do not have laptops or tablets or cell phones. I allow multiple attempts on assignments. Allowing multiple attempts to reduce anxiety as well as mistakes. It also encourages students to be thoughtful with their work. The fourth strategy is using proctoring tools or the Invigilator app. I include proctoring tools to maintain the integrity of summative assessment and eliminating student cheating. It is known that students are sometimes tempted to cheat by using AI or are lured by criminals who would want to write the assessments for them. As you all know, there are people on Facebook posing as people who would write exams for you, and to eliminate this phenomenon, we use the proctoring tool. Further motivation for using proctoring tools is for security as well as curbing impersonations where other people write exams for the students. The awareness of being observed discourages students from engaging in dishonest behavior. The fifth and the last strategy of ensuring a successful assessment process is ensuring that students are given prompt and constructive feedback. An essential part of the assessment process is feedback. To support students in understanding their mistakes and growing from them, I place a higher priority on giving quick, insightful feedback by noting the student's script, by providing expected answer after the exams. This strategy promotes self-assurance and ongoing development in the students. My markers and I share the same marking procedure, and importantly, they provide me with the feedback on how I can set questions in other assessments in the future. In conclusion, and answering the most important question, which is, why do I teach? In line with the theme of educating for social justice and envisioning the future, I teach because as someone who grew up in a small village of Kgorong in the Eastern Cape, I have learned that education is one of the things that can change someone's life for a better, despite their socio-economic background. Furthermore, I think that because South Africa is a country that is struggling with crime, all students can demonstrate their grasp of the fundamental concepts covered in the module by applying them in their own unique communities and contexts. I accept that different students will not demonstrate their knowledge the same way, and as such, the beauty of implementing an integrated assessment method is that while some students are good at matching the right answers, Others are good at expressing themselves in essays. Ultimately, everyone gets an opportunity to be assessed effectively. The view that all students are capable to increase the pass rate upon joining Unisa in the year 2023 from 71% to 91% in the June and December exams. Thank you.
Wow, well done, well done, well done, colleagues. That was beautiful. You can give them a round of applause again. Well done. There's a lot to reflect on from the presentations which were made, but some of them we need to be aware of the transitions we've been going through, the load shedding, etc. And also we must allow ourselves in whatever we do that we must be able to be flexible, as it was highlighted, that we ensure that the communication with students is flexible in that we are able to transition where there are transitions, so that we don't fall behind, and also some of the points where that we give our students confidence that they are able to compete with their peers from other institutions. And also in everything that we do, I think it's almost every speaker, if not all of them, that have mentioned from all the categories that have been presented, that in everything that we do, we make sure that it is, we are accommodating of student learning styles, and our teaching methodologies, and everything that we do, that we are accommodating of those who live in the rurals, who live in the Kassis, who live in the burbs, and wherever they are, that they are able to access our material, they are able to access us, and they're able to access everything and have the highest possible chance of succeeding. And also, it was also highlighted that teaching is a privilege, but not only a privilege, but also a responsibility, that everything rests on our shoulders to ensure that our students are successful. So that was but some of the things that I reflected on based on the speeches that were presented this afternoon. Then I want to read us a quote by Nelson Mandela. It reads, "Education is the great engine of personal development. It is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, that the son of a mine worker can become a head of the mine, that a child of a farm worker can become the president of a great nation. It is what we make out of what we have, not what we are given, that separates one person from another," end quote. So it does not matter your background, it does not matter who raised you, but it's a matter of making sure that you make the best out of what you have and ensuring that you're able to take your community out of the poverty that they found themselves. And without wasting any time, we are going to go to questions and answers. So if you have questions, perhaps based on presentation, based on speeches, or anything that was presented this morning into this afternoon, I will allow 3 questions, and then we'll see how it goes. If any one of you have questions, but maybe before we do that, if you can give them the round of applause so they can go back to their seats. Please, I need them. So we have the roaming mics. You raise your hand, and then I will recognize you, and our esteemed colleagues will get to you, and then you'll ask your question. And then perhaps let's ask all the 3 questions, and then we'll note them down, and then we'll see who they are posed to, because it depends on the question. Then we'll answer the questions. It could be the adjudicators, it could be the management, it could be us, it could be the nominees. Is there anyone that wants clarity on any of the items that has gone past? Bashap. Egarele sharp. But I gave you the opportunity. Don't say I denied you the opportunity. Okay. Okay, let me pass that item. Oh, there is a question. If there is a question, we will take the answer, not the participants. Let them relax. Okay, cool. We'll leave that one. It seems like we don't have questions. Everything was clear, was on point, so we let it pass. Okay, there is a question. Be ready to answer. Be ready to answer.
Thank you. It's working. It's on. Is it on?
No, not just you, us. No.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I want to ask to those who made a presentation, particularly to study of student support. I want to ask something. How today, because I haven't heard them touching on the issue of there are students who are dealing with certain challenges, particularly there are students in the current era who are dealing with a situation whereby they cannot concentrate for long term or for a sustainable period of time. How are they going to be able to assist those kinds of students with such a kind of special needs? And should such students consider them as having a disability or a problem? So I want to ask that. And how are they going to assist them, particularly in their journey of learning, teaching and learning, in their journey of continuing their qualification? Thank you.
Okay. I'm not sure. I think the signal there was that you're not audible enough. So if you can just summarize what you just said and try to raise your voice.
Must I stand?
And please stand.
Oh, okay. Hey. It's always difficult to be in the room of full people who are learned like this. No, my question is that how do we assist students who are struggling with, in terms of concentration, and also who are also struggling with learning, teaching and learning? As you know that we are coming from different backgrounds, particularly from basic education to higher education. Let's say a first-year student is struggling in terms of adapting and all those things. He cannot or she cannot be able to concentrate. How do we assist that kind of a student to ensure that is going to be able to complete her own studies or his studies? Or instead of, because we see most of them, they drop out along the way because of they struggle in terms of learning. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So the question is, and I would like, because the good thing is most of us probably in here are lecturers, so this question is not to the nominees. The nominees, you can relax, because this has nothing to do with the points that you'll get towards winning, and also just to avoid the situation where perhaps you think the points will be taken away from you or added to you because of answering the question so well or so not well. So we have a number of doctors, professors, misters, misses, miss in the room. Is there anyone who wants to take that in terms of? There's a mic next to you, ma'am, behind you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that was a very good and relevant question. My name is Malefa Rose Malefani from the Department of Economics. I can relate with the question very well. My answer to that is it depends on the student, because until a student comes forward and makes the lecturer aware of his or her condition, we cannot assume that there's a student with a certain challenge. So what I normally encourage students during our orientation, we actually offer module orientations every beginning of semester. We encourage them to come forward and let us know if they have any conditions that can affect their study or learning behavior. That being said, the lecturer would then determine in what ways he or she could be of extra assistance to the student, and if there are perhaps further medical reports required, depending on the student's situation, the lecturer will request that. So what I'm saying is the initiative has to start from the student. That's how it is. And secondly, if you look at the way we design our learning material, I'm speaking here on behalf of ECS 3705. Our module is very cumbersome, but we have structured it into 15 portions, such that a student can study each school of thought at a particular point, and we allow students to break that unit into different subunits. So a student being aware that he or she can't concentrate. By the way, I'm one of the people who can't read for 45 minutes. Beyond 45 minutes, I get bored and I start doing other things. So the student then must approach the learning unit in piecemeal kind of a setup, meaning he or she will read for 30 minutes and put the books aside. So even before they approach the lecturer, a student should be part of the solution to their problem, depending on the intensity of their problem. This is my personal views, and as I always say, I stand to be corrected. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. Beautiful, beautiful. There is another question there, so I said 3, and then I see there's another one here.
Good day, colleagues. I'm Thelma de Jager from Tshwane University of Technology. In answering to your question on student support, there's always a kind of a stigma associated, and you will find that your students won't come to you and say, listen, I've got a problem, just because his friends, you know, the peer pressure, etc. So to make it, to ensure that everybody's engaged in your activities, it's important to create differentiated activities, because all of us have different preferences when we learn. I like visuals. I'm a creative person. So if you present a lesson with lots of visuals for me, I'm going to remember everything you've taught me. Somebody else likes reading. So if he wants to read on his own. So if you create your assessment activities in that manner, you will find that automatically all your students will be engaged and they will learn the content that you pose to them. So that's just my little bit of input. Thank you.
Thank you. Please stand up for the, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I was actually part of the committee who was doing student support, and one of the things that I mentioned was the learner presence, which I think the first speaker already highlighted. We can't do anything if the learner is not coming forth and saying, I need help with this. But I just wanted to answer the question also is that we've got a thing called cognitive load. So actually all of us are disabled in that we can't either concentrate for long or we have a low memory spot. So, and now it's getting more difficult because we're so used to cell phones and looking at Instagram and pictures all the time. So that's actually affecting a lot of our cognitive or our memory, and that makes us not concentrate for long. So the lady from TET also answered partially what I wanted to say, is that when you are teaching, make sure that if you've got a 15-minute lecture, every 10 minutes, you have to pitch it differently. Use a flasher, comic picture or what, or use a different voice. So don't just say, okay, class, this is what you have to change your voice as well and say, so listen, you over there, and then the whole class wakes up. I do this a lot when we have our contact classes, and I can tell you, even in a period of 2 hours, I don't get any sleepy people because we've got actually, within the 2 hours, it's like sessions of marathons. And the one time I'll be like, Mr. January, stand up, tell us about your working experience. And now people wake up because they want to listen to him. So we've got to actually manage that so that it's, you know, it ends up being an overall thing and not just us saying it's a disability for one particular person, because even myself, I probably have that concentration problem. Okay.
Well done. Well done. Thank you very much. We covered. So just to summarize that, it is the responsibility of the student, because the student that has a problem that would know. But then remember, even when students know their problems, they are not always so confident to come to you. So I think actually start with us by communicating that we are available for any problem and in confidence. Then you tell them how they can approach you, email, whatever the case might be, that makes it easier, depending also on the problem. Then also in the way that you conduct your lectures, the way you conduct your assessments and the rest, or developing your material, ensuring that you are accommodating everyone, those who prefer pictures, those who prefer content, a written text, so you make sure that everyone is accommodated. I remember, I think it was this semester I was a bit lazy, where I added pictures in my assessments, so that assisted, just to give it a different feel. It's just that, not that I was lazy, it was a joke. I couldn't find pictures. I couldn't find pictures that were able to, sorry? Oh, okay. I couldn't find pictures, but it always makes it interesting to put pictures in between of what you are talking about, especially if it's an industry that is not so common. Because if you're talking about retail, probably everyone understands what you're talking about. But if you're going to talk about other industries like aviation, some people it's a far distant thing. So very important that you all accommodate, especially if your assessment is based on something that is not so common, to ensure that everyone can at least imagine what you're talking about and be able to apply the principles that you are testing. So with that, then we move over to the next item. But first, I need to check if our favorite part of the day, mine personally, if it's ready. Otherwise, we'll go to the next item. Are we good to have lunch, or can I buy time? Okay, while they're checking, you know the obvious, what I'm going to do.
Can I ask, what about the blind students, if you put pictures?
Okay, thanks. So there is a question and there's already an answer, but I have my answer, then we'll put that answer. So the question is, for those of you who didn't hear, if you put pictures, then what happens then to the students who are not able, who are visually impaired? For me, when I put a picture, it's not a picture that explains the whole story. It's just to make it interesting and for someone just to see it. Even if it's something they already know, like putting a chair there, if you're talking about, accounting, talking about manufacturing, and then you're going to test them based on manufacturing, and some are made of wood, some are made of plastic as an example. It's just to put a picture, just to trigger the interest. It's not necessarily to foretell the whole story. And then also I had an answer there. I have not answered. So, but then there's an answer that put in. So the picture, the intent of the picture, of the reason why we say we are including everyone, not one thing will ever include everyone. So the picture in that context is not to include everyone, but is to make sure that even those that get bored from just looking at a paper and they just see text, at least they are able to be triggered. And then with the use of technology, also I think most of our colleagues here mentioned the use of technology, or the use of the latest technology, is that there are technologies that are able then to read the picture and be able to explain the picture. So that would be the other thing that you can include if you're going to include pictures, especially if it's going to be a lot of pictures, so that they're not left behind. Perhaps it would be imperative to include that, so that even them, they are not left behind, because you don't want to exclude anyone. But some of the things are just but to enhance, to trigger some interest, not to leave anyone bored and all of that. I hope I answered your question, ma'am. Or tried to answer it. But I'm not the only one who is capable of answering questions. But I just don't know how to then do that. Then perhaps you can. Okay. Cool. Then we are still then waiting. Can we buy some bit of time? 5 minutes. Okay, cool. We have 5 minutes. Then perhaps we can give it to our esteemed band. I just think they need something different. Something different. Yeah. They're gonna? I've already said it, so it's too late. Bank, take us away.
And then when we come back, then we're the one exercise just to bring them back. They'll be sleeping.
May I please get your attention, colleagues? Hi, everyone. May I please have your attention, please? If you can have all the people who are appearing on the program, the management, and our esteemed nominees to please queue and take lunch so that the rest of us can follow.
Attention, please.
Thank you. If I can have the management and the esteemed nominees to go to the dining place and have lunch, and then the rest of us will then follow. Thank you.
ready to receive free gifts? Huh? Guys, I know you are well fed. The food was delicious. But energy, yes. Are you guys ready to receive the gifts? Huh? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? Like, attention, silence in court. Are you guys ready to receive the gifts? Yes. That's more like it, yes. So, we all know our Vice Chancellor is Professor Linkabula Puleng, right? Now, tell me the month and the year that she started being the VC of this university. Don't touch your phones. Don't touch your phones. Any answer? You work for management, right? You have unfair advantage. Anybody? Don't touch your phones, guys. Yes? Yes! Correct. All right. Another one. Let's see if we have, if you guys are street smart, ne? How many hearts does an octopus have? Hearts. Yes, ma'am? 3 hearts, correct. An octopus has 3 hearts. Yes. Okay. 2 hearts. May I have your attention? Listen, 2 hearts, they pump the blood. And then 1 heart, it used for the rest of the body. So an octopus has 3 hearts, ladies and gentlemen. They say you are from sciences. Are you from science? Oh. Then it's good, because it's outside what she's lecturing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any time, you enjoyed lunch, right? Yes, thank you very much, the kitchen staff, for a delicious lunch. May we please, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like I'm going to be that strict principal. Please, may we have your attention? And I am kindly asking that as the slides are presenting here, can we please keep quiet? You know, can we please keep quiet to a point that if I were to drop my earring here, we would all hear it, so that we can respect our nominees. So can we please keep quiet? And also, I kindly beg you that as you move there by the camera, please remember to go down so that we respect our sign interpreter here and the media team. Thank you very much. Now we're going to move to the nominees for transformation in teaching and learning. So can we have please hold on. Dr. Gani, can we get 2 extra chairs here? Okay. Can we please get the nominees to come in front and be sitting here as they are preparing the 2 extra chairs here, because it's 8 of them. But it's only 4 presentations. So it's 8 nominees, but 4 presentations, as 4 nominees belongs to 1 college. So we have Mr. Mokopane Marakalala from College of Law. Can we please clap for Mr. Mokopane? Halala. And then we have Ms. Sipo Esihle Gumeto from College of Human Sciences. Halala. And then we have the following 4 names I will call. They are from College of Economic and Management Sciences. We have Ms. Kolegam Dingi. Please come to the front. Professor Malefa Malefana. Ms. Kiaubaka Manchiwa and Ms. Lutando Makanya from College of Economic and Management Sciences. And can we have from College of Accounting Sciences, can we have Ms. Nolukanyo Mkala and Ms. Neo Mulifika? Woo. Halala. Ladies and gentlemen, we are Africans. Can we please ululate? Okay, media, are we ready? Thank you very much.
Good day, everybody. I'm Mokopane Charles Marakalala from College of Law, School of Criminal Justice, Department of Police Practice. My theme today will be transformation in teaching and learning. Then my approach is for Africanization in teaching and learning. We transform Africanization under the Scholarship Youth Network, under teaching and learning module design and the prescribed book, even as well as the short learning program. Then the category that I'm going to work on have criteria number 1, number 2, number 3, which is a transformed approach award teaching and learning reflecting African values and ethics, and the student support program, and the other one is assessment reflecting a curriculum requirement. Then the first criteria, I have 3 aspects, which is transformation principle in teaching and learning for drug and substance abuse. The second one is learning bring together content skills from more than one discipline area. And the last one take place in the real life content, simulation or mentorship. So in many cases, we experience the community-based teaching learning is a very important aspect that we have to focus, because usually we have to start from the primary by teaching this Africanization, transforming Africanization in the primary level, so that when the student or maybe learners enter to the university, they already know what Africanization transformation is, and then how they been transformed during the stage level from primary, secondary to tertiary. Then I have the Africanization application for curricula in transformation, the point view South African community to generate new knowledge in transformation in teaching and learning, and as well as to the technology culture strategy. It is driven by the need to adopt a new market condition to stay competitive in the research, which is my module. I have 2 modules, which is I have module in forensic method and technology. Then nowadays, for real life, we see how crime rate is in our country. Then we even benchmark with the other countries to take on African Union. I mean African Union, yes, for in terms of how can we transform teaching and learning, so that maybe our teaching in transformation will assist in terms of reducing the high rate of crime. Then the other module that I'm teaching is FOR 2603, Investigative of Selected Crime and the Transgression, Module A. And then on the transformation in the module, we have classes that taking place during the exam to assist students in terms of Invigilator app, how can they register Invigilator app, and what needed when they are going to write exams, and the preparation of the content on the exam site. For the investigative electronic diversity social media platform, internet communication channel for having the key sources for information, the computer forensic and data recovery techniques enable law enforcement to discover crucial evidence hold on the number of digital devices. We have a book called Online Financial Fraud Commercial Crime Investigation. This book will identify Africanization and the curricular transformation in terms of the recent crime that are occurring in our country, especially in African continent. For example, the kidnapping of high-profile businessmen where they've been kidnapped and using the app to transfer the phone, calling the service provider, which is the bank advisor, to approve the payment of amount of 50,000 up. So it's things that we need to teach in terms of transforming the Africanization. Then we still have the module also to show students how knowledge of related subject. The module further incorporate the Africanization of investigation by looking the aspects such as Ubuntu, social responsibility, humanization of the law. The module is focused for practical investigative work for detective or investigator in law enforcement agency and the private sectors. So the module that will again be useful to students in the private or public investigation environment. Because remember, where the mindset change, the environment change. Once we start to Africanize our teaching and learning, making sure that the curriculum transformation reach the community, is where we're going to have the change in our environment. Then the module will give students in the overview of the field of investigation, well, the highlighted principle and procedure of criminal investigation. It will also be student on the overview of forensic investigative terminology and the basic principle, method, technology, and aspect. So the transformation for the theme, the criteria number 3, the transformed assessment reflecting curricular requirement, which is where we respond to the student when they send emails, when they need clarity, when they need assignment extension due to the technical issues or other matters related. Then we do even have a WhatsApp group to communicate with the student, and the other platform that we're using to communicate with students is the email, WhatsApp. To avoid many social media communication, I only use two methods of communication to communicate with students. Then the motivation for technology in enhance transformation in teaching and learning for forensic investigation. Then we have engaged scholarship, which is a transformation principle. Then where we change indigenous knowledge, Africanization, Ubuntu, forensic science and technology lab is the one that we need to test the evidence on. Maybe after having the resources, we want to Africanize the Department of Police Practice to have the lab to test the evidence before it goes to court, because we still thinking that our law enforcement still need more resources to assist arrest in terms of the crime that are happening in our country. So in terms of transformation, we planning to work together with SAPS, HOGS, SIU, which is a special unit investigation, and then other agencies that will give new knowledge in terms of investigation. So I have presented at the college level for College of Law referencing style for Harvard, which means the referencing style for masters and doctoral students to how they can reference, how they can quote or use sources from internet, and the old reference, combining the old reference with the new reference, and how they can even prepare their paper, because most of the time we've been told that the student before graduation they have to write a paper. So I have 3 students that are busy with the final chapter, and they are busy with their papers. And is what I'm doing now with the student, assisting them with the referencing style and using the source. We use the WhatsApp group and Teams. Then in the community engagement at Limpopo, we have a Limpopo anti-drug, gangsterism, crime, and web course where we engage with the students that are dropped out from the school because of drug abuse and substance abuse. Then on my conclusion, African constitutional representation consisted with the life experience of the majority of the students for whom the curriculum is designed. The importance of this is that where the mindset change, the environment change, meaning we can do transformation to our own student for future generation. Then we know that in 10 years or 5 years, the student will be learning in the real life investigation cases. They know that when they see the cases, then they will attend it. I'm busy writing a book called Online Financial Fraud and Commercial Crime. I would end my presentation here. Thank you.
My name is Sipho Esihle Gomede, and I'm a lecturer at the Department of History in the College of Human Sciences. I've been nominated for the Excellence Award in Transformation of Teaching and Learning, and it is an honor and a privilege to be amongst excellent academics who are passionate about driving the core business of the university forward and ensuring quality and excellence. There are two principles which I uphold in my teaching and learning strategies. Firstly, assessments for learning. This is the essence of distance learning. Assessments designed for learning and students' development. I've dedicated my module to be the kind that prioritizes harnessing students' writing skills in order to promote scholarly investigation. This is communicated in the tutorial letter and module homepage, and students are made aware of various resources at their disposal which will assist them to grow as future historians and scholars. Students are given assessments that allow them to engage with the material while practicing critical writing skills in their short essays and one research essay. Assessments in HSY 2601 are grounded in the African principle of Ubuntu as key aspect of student-centeredness that speaks to kindness, humanity, responsiveness, and community. It is the thorough consideration of students' needs, aspiration, and key catalytic focus areas which promote scholarly investigation, expose students to counter-hegemonic narratives, and allow students to reflect on the content. Secondly, the teaching of this module has prioritized the adoption of the universal design for learning principles, which requires that information and access to be provided to all. The UDL principles of engagement, action, expression are prioritized. One of the most effective and teaching learning tactics employed in HSY 2601 is the infusion of publicly accessible documentaries that describe present challenges tied to historical legacy. By doing so, students can locate the relevance of their modules in addressing current societal changes and challenges. Another effective way has been proved for this module is the act or the principle of juxtaposing contexts. For example, students are offered a counter-narrative of colonialism in Africa within the theme of empire building in the 19th century. This method of juxtaposing contexts allows students to see how words such as empire building promote a one-sided narrative that supports and presents Western history as the discoverers and is devoid of the whole truth. This method simultaneously encourages scholarly thinking in students at their level of education and allows them to see the relevance of historical inquiry. The act of juxtaposing context in this module has also allowed for backgrounds not mentioned in the study guide around the same period to be addressed in recognition of silences, existing erasures in Eurocentrism. Scholars like Amina Mama offer a criticism of Western history which pacifies African history, upholds empire building of imperialistic ambitions and the dispossession of Africa. She goes on to explain that this is the kind of history that is exactly what white supremacy is, and is the blame for the undervaluation of African knowledge production, because it validates the idea that everything created in the West is acceptable and right, while everything created in Africa is inferior. Mama's resolution is that what is upheld in the teaching and learning of HSSY 2601 is using Pan-Africanism to challenge Western canonization of scholarship, denouncing the pacification of African knowledge systems. I then argue that while academics are still in the business of transforming modules and reading Western scholarship as the dominant narrative, they can use the available scholarship to critique and challenge the Western discourse. This should be done in collaboration with students in accordance to the hashtag Fees Must Fall call of no transformation without us. Since this module is focused on Western history, teaching it requires one to allow students to treat the study guide as a resource which they can challenge, point out limitations and oversights. Furthermore, my approach to teaching both for future scholars and educators is using the scaffolding by Godskin metaphor as the key aspect of learning and development of students in HSY 2601. Under this metaphor as a guiding principle, I as a lecturer conduct myself as a co-collaborator alongside the students, who are encouraged to present their analyses and interpretations through assessments and class discussions. This metaphor and philosophy can be summed up as a high challenge and high supporting teaching approach, which allows a committed students to advance beyond what they could have achieved on their own. I've adopted this metaphor because it became increasingly clear that negative views about online learning are usually the result of misinformation. The teaching of this module has incorporated weekly online engagements instead of lectures. These are designed to assist students to be able to grapple and interact with their study material. Engagements in this module are spaces in which students are invited to discuss and evaluate module themes as presented in the study guide, while also considering what has been left out. Lectures are highly antiquated and have been found by multiple experts to be amongst the poorest ways to teach students. Lectures are typically situations where students sit down, take notes, demonstrate the mastery of the content in essays and examination. While be that as it may, lectures have become stoic in this digital world amidst calls for curriculum transformation. Scholars, for example, like Ngara, have referred to the African ways of knowing to address the urgent need to reform how students are taught. In the article, Ngara argues the basic knowledge structures that an African child brings to the school have been collectively constructed and transmitted through participatory collectivist module learning with a community focus. Thus, it is clear that why lectures are ineffective in African contexts more than in the Western world, where even now the method is constantly challenged. Thank you and congratulations to all nominees for the excellent work that they did in their respective modules.
Molweni, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kgorong, and I'm part of the team for the module History of Economic Thought, also known as ECS 3705, offered in the Department of Economics. This module has been nominated in the category of transformation in teaching and learning.
Dumelang Bahaeso. My name is Malefa Rose Malefani. I am part of the ECS 3705 team.
Greetings everyone. My name is Onika Majiwa. I'm also part of the ECS 3705 team.
Greetings ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lutando Makai. Welcome to today's presentation, which celebrates the History of Economic Thought, ECS 3705's module nomination for the Excellence Award for Transformation in Teaching and Learning. This recognition represents a significant step in promoting inclusivity and embracing diverse educational perspectives. Join us as we explore how this nomination demonstrates our commitment to transforming teaching and learning, advancing Africanization principles, integrating open educational resources, OERs, and pedagogical renewal within our curriculum. History of Economic Thought is a 12-credit NQF Level 7 module offered fully online. The purpose of ECS 3705 is to analyze the evaluation of economic thought, providing insights into various schools, including pre-classical, classical, neoclassical, socialist, institutionalist, German historical, Keynesian, and Chicago. We chose the Excellence Award for Transformation in Teaching and Learning category because our module embodies core beliefs that learning is best facilitated through transformative education. This approach actively engages with real-world issues and promotes critical thinking that addresses the evolving needs of society. We believe that learning is not about memorizing, but about equipping people with the skills and mindsets needed to address complex economic and social challenges and contribute to the body of knowledge. Transformative education is significant because it empowers students to acquire knowledge, critically analyze information, question the relevance of existing theories, and engage in meaningful conversations about pressuring economic social issues. Aware of the multi-faith needs of our society, the ECS 3705 curriculum has been transformed to include Africanization, integration of open educational resources, and pedagogical renewal, which underscores moving towards interactive, collaborative, online learning, real-world cases, and incorporate work-integrated learning. The module History of Economic Thought is part of the economics discipline and focuses on the evaluation of economic ideas, emphasizing Western perspectives and limited relevance to African epistemologies. In response, lecturers at Unisa have been urged to update their curriculum to include African perspectives and other forms of transformation as outlined in the Unisa 2016 to 2030 strategic plan. Thus, we have broken down the content into 15 lessons, each with a subsection that requires students to apply the theory to Africa. Overall, the transformation within ECS 3705 module reflects a profound appreciation for the key pillars of transformation and aligns with connectivism, transformation, and constructivism philosophies. These philosophies advocate for the use of digital platforms for networked learning, critical reflection, interactive and diverse learning, learner-centered methods, and integrating African perspectives into the curriculum. Transformations in ECS 3705. The ECS 3705 includes significant changes aimed at integrating the pillars of transformation into the curriculum. The 3 pillars of transformation incorporated in the ECS 3705 module include the Africanization of the curriculum, integration of open educational resources, and implementing effective online pedagogy, including innovative assessment practices. To incorporate Africanization, we have redesigned the module to ensure that every economic theory studied relates explicitly to sub-Saharan Africa. An innovative aspect of our approach is the curriculum breakdown according to regional economic groupings, including Southern African Development Community and East African Community, amongst others. We provide a glossary of economic terms translated into different South African official languages to embrace multilingualism. For example, the module has a glossary of economic terms in different languages, including Zulu, Tsonga, and Northern Sotho. Since 2022, innovative assessment practices have been adopted in our assessments. In addition, we have also incorporated work-integrated learning through case studies that require students to analyze economic theories in contemporary settings. For example, in a case study based on a newspaper article, we requested the students to role-play as economists and simulate policy recommendations influenced by socialism theories. This exercise helps students experience the application of the theories in decision-making scenarios and allows them to bridge the gap between historical theory and current economic issues. Furthermore, recognizing the diverse circumstances in which the students study, OERs such as video clips, articles, and notes have been integrated into each of the 15 lessons. Information on these OERs is communicated on each lesson's landing page, also known as the lesson overview. Again, we have ensured that our learning material delivery accommodates both online and offline preferences, and accommodates differently abled students by providing accessible materials and supports tailored to their needs. In conclusion, we have come this far as ECS 3705 lecturers, applying the necessary transformations to shape futures. The whole experience has been incredible. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Molweni, goeiedag, sanbonani, absheni, Greeting colleagues, my name is Nolukanya Mkala.
And my name is Neo Mulifikao. We are nominated in the category Excellence Award for Transformation in Teaching and Learning.
We have selected the category Excellence Award for Transformation in Teaching to demonstrate that curriculum transformation is not just about incorporating African languages into our teaching. It involves eliminating all barriers to teaching and learning by ensuring equal access to all students, regardless of their social, economic, or financial circumstances. It's about reshaping the educational experience to be more inclusive, relevant, and responsive to the diverse needs of our students. Our aim is to showcase the strategies we have used to transform our curriculum to highlight our holistic approach to evolving education. This ensures that our curriculum reflects the complexity and richness of the world our students will navigate. Our goal is to prepare our students not only for academic success, but for meaningful engagements in their professional lives. Showcasing our efforts in curriculum transformation allows us to demonstrate our commitment to creating a dynamic and equitable learning environment where all students can thrive. We teach because both of us, we believe in the transformative power of knowledge and the profound impact it can have on shaping lives. We believe that every human has the capacity to know. Every day, we have the privilege to inspire and to empower students, helping them discover their potential, cultivate their curiosity, and navigate their path towards a brighter future. We believe that teaching goes beyond imparting technical knowledge. It's about encouraging growth, instilling confidence, and nurturing a love for learning with the intention of developing long life learners. We teach because we believe in creating a supportive community where every individual feels valued and understood. It is about creating moments of connection where learning goes beyond the classroom to touch hearts and minds.
We teach both first year and postgraduate students who range from high school matriculants to working professionals seeking to advance their careers or change fields. Our first year students are new to the subject and have no prior experience in tax. These students often arrive at university without the requisite study skills and strategies needed to succeed in higher education. So they require more foundational support and guidance to grasp basic tax concepts. On the other hand of the spectrum, our postgraduate students are mainly tax professionals seeking advanced knowledge and skills. Their needs often involve a deeper analysis and practical application of tax laws. Understanding our student profile has encouraged us to create a positive learning environment. Our students are primarily distance learners who come from diverse backgrounds and locations. They often balance their studies with work, family, and other commitments. At the beginning of the academic period, we pull a list of student demographics from Unisa to gain an understanding of the students we teach. This list provides a detailed description of our students, including their gender, race, location, home language, regions, and whether they have any disabilities. To further enrich this data, we also gather statistics from Power BI to determine how many of our students are employed and how many are full-time students. Understanding this demographic information is important as it allows us to tailor our teaching strategies, provide targeted support, and ensure that we're meeting the diverse needs of our students. As academics, we are required to have the necessary knowledge to integrate transformation ideas into our teaching and support students in multiple roles, including as subject matter experts, facilitators of learning, program designers, and assessors. We enhance our subject technical knowledge by participating in regular training on technical updates from our related professional bodies and improve our curriculum design knowledge through training provided by Unisa's Center for Professional Development, in short, CPD. Regular attendance of Unisa CPD training ensures that our teaching methods remain aligned with the mission and vision of Unisa. Our learning materials incorporate the work of African scholars and is designed around real-life problems and scenarios that are meaningful and relevant to students' lives. We integrate freely accessible materials such as interpretation notes, practice notes, guides, practical case studies provided by the South African Revenue Services, and the South African National Treasury explanatory bills into our learning resources. The South African Revenue Service and National Treasury information is regularly updated, ensuring accuracy through quality assurance processes. In our modules, we follow the principles of Ubuntu, Africanization, and Batopili. Ubuntu means I am because we are. It encourages us to support each other and work together. Africanization makes sure our content is relevant to our African context, helping our students connect more with what they are learning. Batopili, which means people first, focuses on respect, openness, and making sure everyone's needs and views are important. Every student in our virtual classes is valued. Our teaching and learning philosophy is rooted in the principles of andragogy, which emphasizes adult learning, and constructivism, which encourages students to build understanding through experience and reflection. We actively incorporate technology using mixed media like WhatsApp and MyUnisa to effectively reach our students. This helps us create healthy communication channels, reduce the challenges posed by distance learning, and provide support where necessary.
Well done, colleagues. So, as we reflect on what we saw on the screen, I'm just going to go to my notes. We are aware that our colleagues are giving support classes during exams to assist students with our proctoring tools, where sometimes we take it for granted that students don't understand how it works or the frustration thereof if it's not working as it should, and also giving students extra support with the content that they may still be struggling with, and also making sure that everything that we do is accessible, that students, wherever they are able to access in order for them to be successful, and also ensuring that we give everyone an equal opportunity of success. And also, what is important in ensuring that our students are successful, it's that we understand and know who our students are by collecting data on our student demographics, because that makes it easier for us to tailor the way we teach when we understand who they are, where they are, what their struggles, whether they're working, not working, old, young, whatever the case may be. it's like in every space, when you understand who you are working with, you are able then to assist that person. So we thank you, colleagues, for all the tips that you are giving us as you compete for this particular excellent award. But without any further ado, we thank you for your presentations, and I'm going to ask you to take your seats and ask everyone else to clap for you. Thank you very much. I think there is one thing we haven't really commented on, but it's beautiful. Everything beautiful is worth noting. When I looked around since morning, I see a number of us wearing traditional attires representing this beautiful month of September where we celebrate our heritage. So well done to those colleagues who thought of wearing their attires. So you make the room look beautiful. Thank you. We have some few announcements, captured 2. I'll check if we have more, perhaps in the next interval. But for now, the organizing committee has put together a website as a legacy project where colleagues can access the presentation at their leisure. For continuous learning, colleagues should look out for an announcement that would give us further information about that legacy platform where we can source these beautiful videos that reminds us, that enrich us in terms of how we can support our students better. And then the second announcement is it's a friendly reminder, if I can call it a reminder, but just for us to note that the flowers at the end, please do not take them. They are, you can see me, I'm a bit uncomfortable saying this, but anyways, please do not take the flowers. They are not abandoned after the event. It's for the organizing committees to thank themselves. It is, they have something as a souvenir to take home after hard work. Cool. I think that is in order. Because generally they are busy running around and we think, flowers, let me go decorate my room. So anyways, without wasting any time, then we'll go then to the next item. But perhaps while I do that, because there's just something I want to check with my colleague, maybe you can play a song. Okay, I think in the interest of time, well, let me rather give you a time when it's your time. It's fine. So if I can ask the following colleagues to come to the fore for them to present or to be close to their presentations. We are now going to the nominees' presentations in the Excellence Award for Innovation and Tuition. And if I can ask Dr. Dikweche Munyepel from College of Law, Dr. Keris Lata from KS, Mr. Ngaka Musia from CSET, and Ms. Ilse Morgan from KES to come to the fore. Then colleagues in your past, you are more than welcome to give us your presentations. Thank you.
Hi, good morning everybody. Welcome to the Teaching and Learning Festival, and thank you for taking the time to support us and all the candidates. I'm Kerry Slater from the Department of Environmental Sciences, the Nature Conservation Program Group. And today I am presenting in the category of Innovation in Tuition. And having been at Unisa for the past 18 years, I have witnessed and contributed to the transformation of Unisa from a paper-based correspondence university to where we are today as a CODAL institution. So all the changes in methods of program delivery, advances in technologies, and changes in student profiles and their behaviors have provided me with many opportunities to experiment with and adapt my approaches to teaching and learning. I selected the category of Innovation in Tuition as I would like to share with fellow lecturers some of my teaching and assessment activities that I have found to be effective, and I hope to inspire colleagues to try new things in their own modules. So many of you might be familiar with the idiom, there are many ways to skin a cat, which means that there are many ways to achieve the same goal. So this forms the basis of my teaching philosophy, in that I use tools and strategies based on the premise that if it works, then use it. So how I teach and assess a specific topic is dependent on the context of the module, the students, as well as the teaching and learning environment at any given time. If I had to attach a formal learning theory to my approach to teaching, I would have to say that it aligns with that of constructivism. So constructivism suggests that new ideas are learned based on previous knowledge and experience, and that each learning experience is unique to an individual. So this idea is further supported by Malcolm Knowles, who suggested in 1968 that adult learners integrate their accumulated life experiences and visions of long-term goals into their own learning experiences. So as we all know, the learning and teaching environment is in a continuous flux of change, and the rate of these changes is increasing. Our student profiles are diverse, with us having to consider endless amount of varieties, such as part-time versus full-time students, student backgrounds, personal circumstances, and responsibility, as well as access to resources. So furthermore, student profiles no longer change gradually over a few years, but can be very different from one semester to the next, making it challenging to keep up. So access to information is now instant and global, with resources like smartphones and Google literally at everybody's fingertips. And as technology advances and our understanding of how, why, and when we learn improves, we are able to identify not only the multiple factors that contribute to student success, but also accommodate the different learning needs of our learners. So as we all know, the availability of technological resources is mind-boggling, but provides endless opportunities for creative teaching. And theoretically, this should make teaching and learning much easier. However, with easier access to teaching resources and ideas, so comes easier ways for students to cheat. And just when I thought I had a handle on how to get students not to plagiarize, in comes AI such as ChatGPT and Copilot, which has created a whole new set of challenges for us. So with all the many challenges that we as lecturers face today, we have reached a point where we need to not only find alternative ways of teaching, but still ensure that authentic learning is still taking place, and that our students are employable when they graduate. So as Vygotsky highlighted, there is a limit to how much an individual can learn on their own, and that educators are instrumental in expanding a learner's potential by providing the right support and opportunities. So when we help students connect the content of their study material to real-world applications, we enable them to achieve greater levels of understanding. So one of the modules that I have taught is Resource Management 4, which is a 24-credit NQF 7-level module within the Advanced Diploma in Nature Conservation. So this is a theory module that includes various aspects of wildlife management, monitoring, and research. So students are also exposed to some of the practical techniques and applications of this module during practical contact courses. And the learning material for resource management includes a comprehensive study guide, links to various videos, scientific articles and lectures, and is also a continuous assessment module. So the first activity that I would like to share with you is an assessment activity that students have to complete as part of the module. And the aim of the activity is for students to develop and present an online lecture on a prescribed topic so that other students who have not yet completed the module would understand the information being presented. So students are divided into groups of 3 and are provided with a topic, some keywords to get them started, as well as instructions for the activity. And then as a group, students are required to develop a 30-minute slide presentation using PowerPoint, and each group member is required to present 10 minutes of the presentation. Then using MS Teams or PowerPoint, they are required to record themselves presenting the individual components. And then using the software Clipchamp, students are then required to combine the individual recordings and submit their presentation as one video onto my Unisa. The submitted video is then evaluated at both a group as well as an individual level. So for example, whether or not the information presented was factual and accurate is evaluated at a group level. So in other words, all members of the group will receive the same mark. But for the criteria of speakers' understanding of the topic, each student receives an individual mark. And the second component of this activity is that students are then also required to answer the following reflective questions. So what did you find difficult about this activity? What did you enjoy about the activity? And did you find that completing this activity helped you to understand the topic better? So the benefits of the assessment activity include learners getting to learn from each other while developing their presentations. It involves collaborative and group work in an online environment. Learners get to incorporate their own personal experiences into the information being presented, and they also get to use and develop digital skills. It includes both peer and self-reflection, and they get to develop their skills in online presenting. And the second activity that I'd like to share with you is one that is based on self-reflection after a practical contact course. So I introduced this activity into the Advanced Diploma Practical Contact course earlier this year. So during the closing session of the practical, students are presented with these questions. What is circling around my head, or what do I keep thinking about that is still not clear to me? When do I have it squared away? What information did we cover that I fully understand? And then 3 key takeaways that I can immediately apply when I get back home or to work. Students are not required to provide answers to the rest of the class during the session, but rather to self-reflect and think about how these questions and how they relate to them individually. So if we look at some of the benefits of collaborative learning and self-reflection activities, they expose students to multiple viewpoints and ways of thinking. They enhance the understanding of concepts. Learners get to develop their soft skills. And these kinds of activities also promote higher order thinking, such as problem solving and creativity. They help to improve self-awareness and motivation, and they foster self-development, emotional and psychological well-being. And it also helps to increase learners' self-confidence. So in conclusion, WANG 2024 offers us an important reminder. Given the complexity of learning by the human brain, there may not be better strategies in teaching, only more suitable strategies. And by embracing this philosophy, we as educators can continuously adapt, reflect, and be innovative in our teaching. So our goal should be to ensure that our approaches to teaching and learning evolve in harmony with our students' growth and ever-changing educational landscape. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Ngaka Musia from the Department of Industrial Engineering in the School of Engineering at CSET. The study I'm reporting today, it has to do with failure rate, and in my study I'm trying to improve pass rate. The study began developing a learning mechanic. The learning mechanic is the innovation. We developed a process that will help the academic or the lecturer to identify struggling students, and that will also help students to know what to study so that they can improve their results. So the mechanic starts with allowing students to write the first test. The first test, we call it an entry test. And from the marks of the entry test, we group students cognitively. We call it cognitive description, where students are grouped according to their performance. Their performance, if a student gets 50, we know those students are students at risk. So those students are grouped and are given a tutor. All the students that get 8 and above, I convince them to be tutors, and they sit with me with the students that are performing below 50. Then the group is given work that is dedicated to making them improve their pass percentage. We call that leveling and scaffolding. In leveling, the students, we take the content and we break it down to manageable and small content until the students can master that. And we give them assessments every week, every month, and every chapter so that they can improve their percentage. Once they reach 70, 80, we start giving them what we call scaffolding. So in scaffolding, we use the theme, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. So we allow them to perform, to write more complex tests until they stabilize their performance at 80. Once they're at 80, we send them through what we call GRR, gradual release of responsibility. That's where students go through a process where they can achieve autonomy. In that student autonomy, students are able to do complex problems that allow them to master the subject matter. In this module, we teach using 3 textbooks. One is the statistics for dummies, the other one is qualitative techniques, and the other one is engineering statistics. Engineering statistics is the complex one. It's for students who get 80 and above. And once they get 80 and above, we know that they are ready to take all the assessments, the major tests. We have 3 major tests, and the guys who are at 80, they take 3 major tests, and they perform above 80. We have realized that this process helps us to get students to a level where they can perform well. What is innovative about this? We take all these groups and we put them into a spreadsheet, and that spreadsheet is divided into sections that allow students to know what to do. So the students who get 80, they have a type of problems and a type of exams. They write differently, so it's more like personalized learning. And the students who get less than 80, then they will have to write different tests until they are able to get an 80. The whole concept of the innovation is you put all the work into a spreadsheet, and that system is designed in such a way that it will decide if you are at 80, this is the route you go. If you are at 40, this is the route you go. And at the end of the day, all students are pushed through scaffolding to be 80 and above. Our pass percentage so far is 80% for all the guys who managed to get 80 before the end of the semester. So we call this scaffolding and laddering, because in laddering we ladder them up, while in scaffolding we challenge them to reach the level of expertise. And expertise, according to this module, is 80% and above. Once they're at 80% and above, we start the process of digital game-based learning. From digital game-based learning, they go into gradual release of responsibility. The whole module, the whole innovation is based on Moore's transactional distance learning, where Moore says a module has to have structure and it has to have dialogue. The structure we use Vygotsky and Dewings, and for dialogue we use Siemens communication model. So our innovation is that once the system is in a spreadsheet, it automatically decides based on the student's performance where they have to go. And once they are in that group, they can do assessments that will either ladder them up or that they will be able to scaffold them to expertise. In conclusion, I want to indicate that because the system itself is working automatically by creating a software using AI that is able to take data from a spreadsheet and allocate students based on their marks and enable students to follow a certain program, a teaching and learning program, until they reach the level of 80%. So that innovation is based on AI and teaching machines that enable students to be able to be allocated based on their outcomes. So this is the innovation that we have developed to ensure that the pass rate is increased. So far the pass rate has moved up to 80% with about 90% distinctions. Thank you.
Thank you for the nomination and the opportunity to reflect on my teaching journey and to share my experiences. I am Ilse Morgan from the Department of Auditing in the College of Accounting Sciences. I have been nominated for the Innovation in Tuition Award. The module I'm responsible for is managing the internal audit activity. And before 2021, I was responsible for an undergraduate and postgraduate module, so we had to work smarter. In the rapidly evolving technological landscape, innovation in education is crucial, especially in the field of internal auditing. I use innovative technology in the teaching because I enjoy keeping up to date with new developments and using technology to inform my research and to improve my own productivity. In internal auditing, technology is a powerful tool and method for gathering audit evidence, analyzing data, and for reporting purposes. This constant evolution ensures that we meet the complex auditing challenges. Data analytics, combined assurance, continuous auditing, integrated reporting and thinking, and risk management are only some of the important concepts that students must understand and be able to apply in practice. Internal auditors should be able to analyze the information from the data that they have already been analyzed through artificial intelligence and data analytics software. And AI and other technologies should therefore be used creatively for student support and teaching, and to keep up with innovations in practice. Connectivism is the main theory on which my teaching approach is based. My goal is to give students the opportunity to engage on various platforms and to feel that they are part of the university community and also the profession. This promotes a continuous and learner-centered approach to learning. Social constructivism creates an active and reflective learning environment where the students can practically apply their knowledge and promote problem-solving skills. In internal auditing courses, this approach encourages students to explore the real-world scenarios, analyze cases and problems, and then apply audit principles. My teaching approach accommodates diverse learning styles, promotes critical thinking and independent learning. I see myself as a pragmatist, and I use creative and different types of learning materials and teaching methods. Multimedia for student support and innovative online assessments to evaluate knowledge objectively, ensuring assessment quality, and enhancing student success and more efficient operational processes. We as educators need to create opportunities to stay relevant and useful in the digital and generative AI world. Technology and AI should be used to enhance critical thinking and problem solving, rather than restrict human thought and experience. This figure shows the importance of knowledge creation in the generative AI era and the importance of insight, understanding, and wisdom for decision making. Also, foresight about possible adverse events and opportunities. I teach my students to always ask the question why, at least 5 times, and then exercise good judgment before making a decision. Good governance and ethical conduct are important aspects I'm teaching in my module. Ethics cover personal, professional, and business ethics, but also internal auditors assess the ethical conduct in the organization, uphold their own ethical conduct, and manage and promote an ethical culture in the internal audit department. That requires wisdom and a very strong moral compass. As within the ethical versus the legal dilemma, auditors need to evaluate the outcomes and the impact of decision making relating to ethics and compliance. Technology and effective communication should be used to their full potential, not restricted, but used responsibly and ethically. Connectivism is key to acquiring new knowledge and being effective in the new digital business and professional environments. As most professions are evolving so fast, the educational environment should keep up to date with the same pace. By embracing these innovations, we can foster creativity, critical thinking, and innovation, thereby unlocking new levels of learning and problem solving. I have adapted the study from Daniel in terms of the developments in higher education to include the developments in generative AI and other technologies, communication, ethics, and equity. To effectively use these tools, the economic, educational, social, and technological environments should be integrated. Note how the concepts appear in all the environments. Apart from the formal communication platforms and the My Modules page, I use other platforms, tools and technologies to create a positive and engaging environment where my students can experience a dynamic and constantly evolving profession and stay up to date with the latest developments. PowerPoint presentations with creative infographics to explain difficult concepts are presented in Teams classes, uploaded to My Modules, and shared on dedicated YouTube and social media platforms. My multidisciplinary approach to education, combined with various online and digital resources, incorporates the catalytic niche areas of the fourth industrial revolution and digitalization, and student support and co-curriculum activities for quality education and reduced inequality, thereby creating a dynamic learning environment, for example, the dedicated YouTube channel. I actively connect students with the profession and each other through a registered engagement scholarship project through social media platforms, a Facebook page that I created in 2014, and a LinkedIn page in 2019. I have created and am managing 4 social media pages for 2 different engaged scholarship projects, and both these projects informs my research and my tuition. I further encourage independent learning in which students can apply their knowledge in real-life practical situations. AI and natural language processing have given us opportunities to access information instantly, and therefore the old way of assessing knowledge has to change dramatically. Plagiarism is rising, and students find innovative ways to cheat the system. We cannot assess students in the traditional way, and we cannot teach them that way either. Although my module has a closed book examination, I set my questions in such a manner that an open book will not help in the exam. I use real-life examples from which the students should assess the information and make decisions. For example, who to appoint to a specific position, whether an audit committee member, the chief audit executive, or the audit manager. They should give reasons for their choices by applying their knowledge. I use large question pools with many different randomized scenarios, and the student cannot get the answers from AI or learning materials. We should no longer ask theoretical questions at any level. Getting the answers from other platforms will be very time-consuming due to the time limit and that only one question appears on the screen at a time, and by using the Moodle proctoring tool. Students cannot take a photo of the question and share it with other students or ghostwriters, but I recommend that we block access to any other internet sites while the students are on my exams. I've been actively involved in another engaged scholarship project, CAPIA, and I use the opportunity to inform my tuition and research. We recently visited Turkey and presented on various topics. We have visited the president of the Turkish Court of Accounts, similar to our Auditor General, in Ankara. We are collaborating with academics, practitioners, and public sector internal auditors in Turkey to share our knowledge and current practices and opportunities. During this panel discussion, everyone but me presented in Turkish. But we managed to have a good discussion about AI and technologies and the changing roles and new capabilities in internal audit. In terms of performance, I monitor the results of the formative and summative assessments closely to identify possibilities of plagiarism and to ensure the quality and the level of difficulty of my questions. It is evident from the results as well as the distribution that the questions are fair and of good quality. However, I have seen a change in the results, and it is clear that more students are making use of AI to access the answers to any type of question. I also use Power BI platform to I also use the Power BI platform to evaluate results. The pass rate has increased over the past few years. I also effectively use Excel, SharePoint, and Teams to monitor results and for reporting purposes. I also link and share these reports with my IPMS and performance assessment. This is some feedback from my students. My main aim is to introduce variation in teaching to a diverse group of students, link the theory to auditing in practice, to prevent plagiarism, and to produce a well-rounded professional internal auditor and ethical leaders for the future, who can understand and practice the concept of integrity. My takeaway from the Teaching and Learning Festival is that by preparing a portfolio of evidence and sharing my experiences, I have discovered my shortcomings, but also opportunities for growth. We should discover and develop our skills and then share it, and therein lies purpose and growth. Thank you for giving me this opportunity and for attending the event.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And just to recap on our nominees, all of them, they spoke about different ways of providing innovation to students. All these categories, they speak to one another. The first one was about student support. The other one was module development. The other one was transformation. If you see all these categories, they are speaking to one another. Now it's innovation. One of the participants shared how during COVID, he had to learn other ways of, giving student support. So that is part of innovation. One of them spoke about how he has a study of student failure rate because students were failing. He had to come up with a method to innovate something. So can we please give them a round of applause as they sit down? Yes. Bend. Okay. Now, before we play the band, I have one gift to give away, and then after that, the band will play. Now, okay, guys, let's get the mood going. I know it's 3 p.m., tiredness, but we need to have a little bit energy. Now, can anyone tell me what is a group of flamingos called? No phones. What is a group of flamingos called? Yes, flamingos. Okay, if you don't know that one, if you are holding your phone, I won't take your answer from you because I don't know what you're doing. Okay, what is a group of cats called? Yes, you're correct. Claudia, can you please give him a gift? Yes, all right. Last one. What is a group of kittens called? Yes, ma'am? Sorry? No. A group of kittens? No, it's not Katsinyan. Okay, a group of flamingos, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we'll try again next time. Now we're gonna give the band 3 minutes to pledge, and then you can just stretch your legs, then we'll come for the next nominees. Let's stand up, let's stand up, let's stand up. Oh, let's stand up. Halala. Ooh. Halala. When I say halala, you say helele. Yes, halala. Halala this side. Halala this side. Everybody halala. And ululations. Thank you very much. That was just to brag that we are Africans, we are colorful. We can just use our tongues to create a beautiful sound. And we did the pass. It was nice, ne? A lot of you were crossing your fingers that he must not come here. So yes, I have to give one gift to the table. So according to the book's definition, a group of kittens is called Kindle. However, but another word, it is litter. Yes, it is litter. Okay. Okay, do you guys want more gifts? All right, one person to do this, ne? I don't know what do they call it. One person to show us one dance move. One dance move so that we are at a festival. We are here to celebrate. One dance move, you get a gift. Sound, tripper, sound. Come on, stand up.
No, I have a lot. So show them. I will explain it, or maybe I should do it. Maybe I should do it. Okay. Maybe after this one from last time. Or you want to do it now? Yeah, then let me just do it just one.
Okay, guys, we're gonna do a very interesting game. Come, my colleague will do it now.
So, yes, thank you, Chair. So this is one of the projects in the College of Human Sciences. So I'm kind of promoting another project in yeah. So yeah, that's how marketers do it. So you can't blame me. This is now with the colleagues. Well, they've used emojis, something that you always use to create combinations of emojis to express proverbs. So you look at this combination and you tell me what it is, and it's in the African languages. So yes, tell me what you see. Can you please give them a give them a bigger frame? I will explain what it is if you don't get it. Yeah, Clement, can you? Yeah. No. He will assist. He will assist. So and it's in the African proverbs. It's in the African languages. I mean, Setswana has it. isiTsonga, isiZulu. I think they do have it. A proverb. It's a proverb that you guys use every day. So you should be able to. I think also English must have it. Yeah. Okay, yeah. The first one. Oh. Yeah, no, you can take over.
Can you please stand up, sir? that correct?
Gwanda kwaliwa mthakathi.
Can we quickly move the mic to another table? Your hand was up.
Okay, I will answer the second one.
Okay. Thank
No
you.
food allowed.
Is that correct? Okay, anybody wants to try it? This table? The second one. Please stand up. The second one, they say Muloikhana Mala. Yes!
The first.
Okay, she got it. She got it. Okay, here is one easy one. Ladies and gentlemen, here is one easy one. We know that our university is 151 years old. When was it established? Give me the year. Prof, not you. Prof, not you. Which year? Yes, that was easy. That was a bonus mark. Oh, yes. What do we call 150 years? What do we call 150 years? Okay, we are moving on to the next nominees categories. Time, ladies and gentlemen. So the next categories, the first category for, may I have your attention? Silence in court. Thank you. The first category is student success and retention. We have Professor Ndwamato Ndo. Can Professor Ndo please come to the front? Can we clap for him? And we have another, he's the only one in the category. And we have another category for scholarship in teaching and learning. Excellence Award for scholarship in teaching and learning. Can we please welcome to the stage Dr. Marie and Professor Mutezo from College of Economic and Management Sciences. Hala, Unisa, hala. You say helele. Halala, Unisa, halala. Halala, Unisa, halala. And some ululations. We are just welcoming them to the stage. Media, are we ready? Guys, don't forget social media. We need to trend. We need to buzz. They need to see that Unisa is their keeper. Unisa is a very nice teaching and learning festival. We are having a great time. Can I get a thumbs up? Are we ready? Thank you.
From Unisa College of Education, Department of Early Childhood and Development, nominated for the Category 3 Excellence Award for Student Success and Retention under the theme Educating for Social Justice. I was motivated to participate in this category because I supervised 9 master's and 2 doctoral students to completion within 4 years. 3 master's dissertations and 1 doctoral thesis have been accepted in 2024 to the total of 12 masters and 3 doctoral students supervised to completion to date. There is no dropout since my supervision journey to date. I managed to retain 5 students whom I encouraged to register for PhD under my supervision. I am available for student support after working hours, on weekends and public holidays on cell phone calls, WhatsApp, Teams, and face-to-face. My teaching and learning philosophy and relevant pedagogical theories include critical social contravism, placing my students at the center of teaching and learning by creating active, engaged, and meaningful learning experiences. I employ multiple supervision models to cater for student diversity in their learning needs. I met all the teaching and learning awards criteria for this category as follows. Criterion 1, portfolio of evidence structure. The portfolio submitted for this category is written and structured academically with evidence embedded on POE, citations in in-text referencing, and reference list APA referencing style. Criterion 2, portfolio of evidence, citations, and references. About 70% of the citations from references are within 5 years, except for about 30% that are older than 5 years, especially for the theories that has not been amended or upgraded. Criterion number 3, learning theories are used to substantiate the philosophy statement. I adopted multiple theories to cater for student diversity and their study context, namely connectivism, collaborative learning theory, social contravism, theory of motivation, and the community of practice theory. I am managing a group of 24 master's and doctoral students through the social interaction and active participation to achieve our desired goals. Criterion number 4, assumption of why, how, and when students learn is explained and motivated. How? Postgraduate students are self-directed, independent, and persistent in completing their degrees. Students learn as they interact with their peers. Why? Postgraduate students learn for self-fulfillment and improvement of academic qualifications. When? Research supervision is mutual learning process focusing on co-generative mentoring, counseling, and coaching. Criterion number 5, the attributes are aligned to the context of comprehensive open distance and e-learning. I adopted a mixture of paradigms in approaching my teaching, namely post-colonial indigenous paradigm, phenomenology, ontology, descriptive as well as interpretive paradigm. The post-colonial indigenous paradigm helps me in achieving inclusivity in diverse contexts of the student's population and address the institutional strategic focus areas and goals focusing on transformation. Criterion number 6, the importance of student support is explained. Student services contribute significantly to the holistic development of students. They play a pivotal role in the facilitating students' personal development, improvement in academic achievement, reduction in dropout rates, and enhance the effectiveness of learning by providing additional guidance, feedback, and resources. Criterion number 7, the motivation for technology-enhanced learning and teaching is explained. The integration of technology and student services makes resources more accessible to students through online tutoring services, virtual career fairs, and digital wellness resources, enhancing the delivery of student services and ensures inclusivity. I supervise students online via Teams, emails, WhatsApp, as well as face-to-face, guiding them on how to use artificial intelligence tools in conducting their research study within acceptable ethics. For an example, ChatGPT. Criterion number 8, the need to ensure a responsive curriculum is explained. Critical insights for the next decade imply changing the teaching and learning styles because the traditional teaching and learning styles are no longer effective for millenniums and the Generation Z, those born into the age of technology, as these generations are not passive learners. My supervision of postgraduate students respond to supervision relationship, power, and accountability, reflecting on transformative postgraduate supervision. Criterion number 9, implemented new strategies that improve student success and retention. I employ a group supervision model to supervise 24 students at the same time. I adhere to 2 weeks turnaround time for the feedback and reverse chapter submission as per signed student supervisor contract. I use monthly progress monitoring template for early identification of students on risk and provide intervention urgently. I provide guidance, counseling, coaching, and motivating, taking holistic approach to student support. Criterion number 10, implementation of research findings to improve student success and retention. I conducted literature review on published book, chapters, and articles. The problems identified, findings, and recommendations assisted me in crafting the most appropriate supervision approach to the nature of the postgraduate students under my supervision. I further encourage my M&D students to enroll for English short learning programs as well as acquiring basic academic writing skills through attendance of workshops. Criterion number 11 included innovation in terms of new strategies to improve student success. The integration of information technology in the form of e-learning has resulted in the reduction of students' cost while improving the quality of learning and teaching. Flexibility is another major advantage of e-learning as it provides learners the benefit to take classes when, anywhere and anytime. I encourage students to download recent literature information from internet websites for both literature review and research methodology chapters. Criterion number 12, monitors and reports on student performance for support and risk mitigation. I adopted the qualities that makes someone a great PhD advisor to shape my supervision growth and as advocated in your dissertation coach 2020, namely care, advice, mentor, honesty, transparency, and effective communication. I adhere to the departmental reporting of M&D study progress as well as college reporting of M&D activities on my Unisa, my admin platform. Criterion 13 collaborates with the student retention unit to improve student success and retention. I orientated myself with Unisa student retention unit so that I can know much about services and refer my students to the unit where needs arise. I responded to student inquiries on the first call, text messages, email, web chat, or instant messaging by providing correct supportive information. Criteria number 14, strategies implemented for student success and retention informed by diagnostic analysis. I provide the following support services to M&D students: academic support, academic writing styles, administrative support, registration, deferment, and bursary application, psychological support, handling divorce processes and work-related stress, technical support, unable to log in to my Unisa and turn it in. Criteria number 15, quality assurance processes aligned to student support and retention. I use the following quality assurance monitoring tools for my M&D students: turn it in, ethical clearance, research proposal checklist, research proposal review, research proposal acceptance or approval, chapter constructive feedback, comprehensive feedback and revisions, chapter proofreading, editing the M&D activities on my Unisa, my admin platform. My personal learning and supervision journey with Unisa, University of South Africa. I obtained my master's and doctoral degree with University of South Africa as part-time student. I employed group supervision model for my master's and doctoral students. I continuously provide chapter feedback within 2 weeks as per our assigned supervision contract. Group supervision model takes away the student from loneliness, study journey into a more collaborative teamwork and social life. My research plan for the next 5 years is to produce a minimum of 5 MED and 2 PhD students each year, on condition that I continue to supervise 20 or more M&D students through group supervision model each year. I thank you for listening to my success story. Ndolibuwa utechelesiwa rungano rwa ubvelera hanga.
I'm Prof. Ashley Mutezo, and this is Dr. Sunei Mare.
Hello, everyone.
Our presentation is in the category Excellence in Scholarship in Teaching and Learning. We are from the Department of Finance, Risk Management and Banking. We will showcase our ODL research. We have published 5 articles and a PhD. Our module RSK 4801, Operational Risk Management, will illustrate to other teachers how we have used this knowledge to implement online learning strategies to enhance student interaction, success, and retention. This online module has 1,100 to 1,800 students annually and is assessed on real-world case studies. Due to the high number of students, we apply correct teaching strategies and pedagogies. The module curriculum allows students to demonstrate how to apply risk management knowledge competently, ethically, and creatively to solve real-life problems. Based on our ODL research, we have established the importance of collaborative online learning. We are passionate about online learning to improve a student's journey with Unisa. Unisa can contribute to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which are quality education and reducing inequalities in education. All students have equal access to online learning and are ready for the work environment. This can be accomplished through curriculum responsiveness, which includes implementing approaches to student support, instructional methodologies, assessment techniques, and curriculum design that considers each student's unique qualities and context. Our teaching philosophy is underpinned by the constructivist theory proposed by Vygotsky in 1978, which is the relationship between social environment and personal meaning making. Online learning is seen through the lens of the Community of Inquiry framework, which you can see in Figure 1, consisting of teaching, cognitive, and social presence, developed by Garrison et al. In 2000. Shared metacognition consists of self and co-regulation established by Garrison and Ekyol in 2015. In Figure 1, the regulation of learning lies between the dimensions of cognitive and teaching presence. We also consider online student engagement based on a student's learning experience, which consists of application and observative learning behaviors, according to Dixon 2015. Student engagement and interaction are core to ensuring student success, reducing dropout rates, constructing new knowledge, and achieving deep learning. Figure 1 illustrates that teacher-student, student-student, and student content interaction is crucial in a collaborative learning environment. This results in an online presence that creates a sense of belonging. Over the years, we have published ODL articles focusing on the effectiveness of e-tutoring. We have also validated the Community of Inquiry survey. We have established the importance of social presence and the effect of self and co-regulation. We have also highlighted the online learning challenges experienced by postgraduate students during COVID-19 within the Community of Inquiry framework. Dr. Mare has also done her PhD on the moderating effect of shared metacognition on the relationship between Community of Inquiry and student engagement for online collaborative learning. All the research was based on Unisa students' perception of online learning. Dr. Mare will now present the application of the research on our module RSK 4801.
Thank you, Prof. I will discuss the module teaching strategies now. As shown in Figure 2, our module considers teaching presence, which involves interacting with students, teachers, and e-tutors. We answer academic queries promptly and efficiently on the discussion forums and supply extra material on topics the students struggle with under additional resources. We enhance cognitive presence by encouraging students to construct their own supported interpretations of the study material and case studies used in the module, by providing feedback on their answers and interpretations and accessing a library guide for extra resources. A glossary of risk terms translated into other African languages enhances multilingualism. For Africanization, we use real-life case studies based on African experiences. Our research shows that it is crucial to encourage social presence through interaction with other students in a safe environment to create a sense of belonging. This can be done by engaging in meaningful conversations, giving positive feedback and motivating students. Our e-tutor study highlighted that when lecturers and e-tutors are more active on Unisa, students also become more active on discussion forums. Self-regulation is encouraged to help students become involved in online activities and take responsibility for their learning. Students are guided by the study plan to work on the lesson activities and self-assessments. Co-regulation is enhanced when students interact more on the discussion forums with lecturers, e-tutors and peer students, creating a community with open communication in a safe environment. Student engagement is encouraged through effective interaction in the module, considering a student's observational learning behaviors, which include reading discussion posts, paying attention to content, viewing documents, and finding ways to make the module content relevant and exciting to the student's life. Application learning behaviors in the module include engaging in conversations online, posting regularly, participating actively in discussion forums with the teacher, e-tutors or other students, and getting to know each other in the module through meet and greet discussions. To enhance student interaction on Unisa, we have been using the integrated e-tutor approach to allow students to participate in becoming independent scholars and critical thinkers actively pursuing knowledge as illustrated in Figure 3. The e-tutors, for example, use positive feedback and compliments to increase social presence and live Q&A sessions to enhance teaching presence and self-regulation. Students are encouraged to give opinions on a topic with peers to establish co-regulation. Students need to be able to observe and then apply what they have learned through interaction. Our e-tutors and students are also very excited about our approach to enhancing interaction. For example, one of our e-tutors says, "My mentors have greatly inspired me to be proactive about e-tutoring for RSK 4801. Their guidance has shown me the importance of providing valuable input to students and helping them excel in their studies. This mentorship has driven me to actively engage and support students, ensuring they receive the assistance they need to succeed academically. Engaging with students is crucial as it fosters a collaborative effort in helping them successfully complete the module. Here are some of our students' feedback on the module. Student 1. The module's content is very practical. I can relate it to my work and general scenarios as a whole. Student 2. The course is well structured. The textbooks are practical and therefore provide relevant information. The assignments are also well-paced and reinforce learning adequately. The study guide is user-friendly in its design and content. We are also involved in various engaged scholarship activities with our students, as shown in Figure 4. For example, we collaborate with the Institute of Risk Management South Africa, IMSA, on student membership and career development. Students took part in a Youth Day event with industry peers. They also researched the risks South Africa faces and completed a risk analysis, which contributed to enhancing the risk report for 2024. We were also involved in the 2024 Spencer Risk Management Society RIMS Risk Challenge, where undergraduate risk students work in a team with us to gain a real-world life experience in risk management. The team received a case study based on a city in the USA and had to conduct research to identify the risks and develop a comprehensive risk report. We also achieved a research output from engaged scholarship activities and income dissertation on risk culture. We hope other lecturers will use the research and teaching strategies we provided in their modules to increase student online interaction. Nurturing our students to get real-world experience is essential to preparing them for a working environment. We encourage you to become engaged scholars by understanding how students perceive teaching, cognitive and social presence, self and co-regulation, and application and observative learning behaviors. Thank you very much. The next slide shows the references we have used. Thank you, everyone.
Well done, colleagues. The student success and retention, and also the scholarship in teaching and learning. And as we reflect on the points that were given by our esteemed nominees, we were told, I think we also saw this with the other colleagues earlier, that there's the use of WhatsApp over and above our traditional way of communicating, as we know and understand that WhatsApp is always close to you because it's on the phone and it's easy, and most likely the rest of your friends, family members, they communicate with you via WhatsApp. So you will also get an important reminder, important whatever, via WhatsApp. I'm also a testament of the person who has bought into using WhatsApp. So I just started this semester and it's going well because I'm able to then get closer to my students, and I'm able to understand and see their frustrations, and it actually quite helped them. So I would encourage you to try it out. And also we were encouraged that lecturers do go over and beyond by assisting students even during times that otherwise are not our normal working hours. And that also that we encourage that students, they get their learning through collaborating with their peers, where you learn from others and you explain what you know to others, which makes it easier for you to assess if you actually do understand the work. And then also another thing that was highlighted was the sense of belonging. If you don't feel like you belong to a certain group, you're most likely gonna stay back and not participate, not be part of, not engage, because you know what, they are the special ones and I'm different to them. So it is important that we ensure that our students at all times, they feel like they are part of. So with those words, I just want to thank you, colleagues, and then if we may clap for them as they take their seats. I will read another quote by Kofi Annan that read as follows: "Education is a human right with immense power to transform. On its foundation rest the cornerstones of freedom, democracy, and sustainable human development." With those words, I would like to call our adjudicators to come to the fore as Dr. Vusi is going to then explain to us in terms of how the whole thing works, so that we all are acquainted, so that we are all inspired to come and join next year, or enter rather, the nominations and be part of this great event and be celebrated in us being
quality of the portfolios have indeed gone higher, or in fact, progressively higher than previous years. You know, because I've had this experience of 3 years, I can see that all the nominees were fully prepared and they really had a higher standard this year. It was interesting to see that many of the candidates across all colleges, departments, and also in various categories of awards, located their teaching philosophies within the broad frameworks of constructivism, connectivism, and gamification. This suggests that emerging from Unisa are cutting-edge teaching philosophies that center the lived realities of students and, importantly, are evidence of the kind of the role that universities can play in and not separate from societies. Interestingly, this suggests a move away from more positivist paradigms that require distance and objectivity. Instead, these presentations show how social constructivism is useful, not just as a paradigm from which to produce socially useful research, but is also critical to make the kind of university that can solve societal problems through teaching and learning. The adjudicators also acknowledge that most portfolios had strong evidence of student support within all categories. This bodes well for Unisa because, as a comprehensive open distance education and learning institution, there is an important ethos of student-centeredness and care. This is also evident that most nominees also mentioned that they catered for differently enabled students in collaboration with ACSUIT, thus promoting inclusivity and social justice. The support from the Student Retention Unit was also mentioned in some of the portfolios. Now, I just want to mention before I forget, Program Director, that by the way, the presentation today is not a reflection of how we adjudicated when we looked at the portfolios. No bearing at all. Now, the nominees also emphasize the importance of quality in all their endeavors, whether in module design and development, assessment, research, innovation, intuition, and so on. The adjudicators were also impressed with the variety of technologies used by candidates for both synchronous and asynchronous teaching and learning environments, as well as the use of social media applications in order for student support and communication. Group projects, group work, and group assessments also featured prominently in some of the portfolios. This is an important element in preparing the students for real work environments where they will be required to do or work in projects or to do projects in teams. It is well noted that some of the nominees addressed issues pertaining to the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and the UNGC principles, that is the United Nations General Compact Principles, around curriculum transformation. This is also important as Unisa is driving transformation of the curriculum by ensuring that African epistemologies and indigenous knowledge systems are infused in the curriculum. This, based on what we saw in the portfolios, is an area which needs to be strengthened further in portfolios when preparing for future excellence awards. Now, in conclusion, the adjudicators are delighted that some nominees are actively participating in the scholarship of teaching and learning. Now, some are preparing to publish their work. Some have also already successfully published their work in accredited journals. Some nominees have also presented papers nationally and internationally at conferences. So we as educators really therefore congratulate and applaud all nominees from being brave to put themselves forward for this excellent award. We therefore encourage that the winners of this award should perhaps consider participating in the National Institutional Teaching and Learning Awards. Program Director, thank you for affording me this opportunity to present. Thank you very much. I think we need to give a round of applause to our nominees. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and Tate Vusi for that. Can we have the nominees please to stand up so that we can congratulate them properly in Dr. Vusi's words? Please, nominees, stand up with boldness. Halala, 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 halala. Yes, from Dr. Vusi, he congratulates you, the rest of the adjudicators, for your braveness and the hard work that you put in this, you know. And I'm sure management is happy to hear the positive reviews from the adjudicators. And as he said that from what the adjudicators, what they've gathered is that African epistemology and indigenous language knowledges are infused in teaching and learning, and this is beautiful. This speaks to what Professor Madikana spoke about in the morning when, remember the theme of this is social justice, when she was there addressing the social justice. So well done. And now I would like to call to stage Professor Mahano to give the gifts to our adjudicators. Oh yes, can I please call Dr. Chivase please to give the gifts to our beautiful adjudicators? Can I have someone to remove this table, please? This table.
Program directors, colleagues, good afternoon. I know that it has been a long day for us, but it's worth it, you know. We have learned few lessons out of this process, and I think next year we're going to take it up to a higher level, you know, because if we don't do this ourselves, nobody will do it for us. I just want to give a vote of thanks, really starting from the project leaders. Professor Tlabangani, it's somewhere there. She has been running up and down, you know. We really appreciate it because some of us come here only to enjoy the lunch and everything, you know, and we point when things are not going right. So we want to acknowledge the team behind this, you know. From the beginning up to where we are. And we need also to our nominees, you know, when I was sitting there, I thought, oh, maybe we need also to ask you questions like you are working in Miss South Africa, you know, so that we can also hear your voice, but it was very good. We know that you took a lot of time to make preparation. And I must tell you, I always say, I'm not easily impressed, but I'm impressed with your presentation. All of you are winners today. Can we give them a big hand? And also, colleagues, these colleagues are, most of them get support from you. You know, they get support from the management, chairs of departments, including the colleagues in the academia, but also including the colleagues in the support area. We really, really need to acknowledge that we hope it was not an individual effort, it was a team effort. And we are proud of that you are taking us inclusively when we move into this arena of teaching and learning awards. We are excited. And colleagues will remember that in April, Professor Mahano had organized the Teaching and Learning Festival, you know. I was sitting there thinking maybe we should also have combined these awards with that Teaching and Learning Festival because we really need to see what colleagues are doing. Let me also thank everybody, the dean, executive deans from the colleges, because these colleagues would not have been here if it was not for your support. You know, we appreciate you, and they may come for more things. Chairs of department, please do support them. Tuition managers, and also, for me, also program managers, I'm very happy that they are, all the models that we are delivering are accredited and are registered as such, We are happy that we offer 453 qualifications that are accredited by SCHE, we are about to add about 37 qualifications on the catalytic niche area. And we will really embrace and welcome you to go on those innovative ideas that you showed to us, and let it just not stop here, but also share with all the other colleagues. Yeah, I think I can say a lot because this is a bit of passion, And also when we are saying as Unisa, when we want to contextualize as the University of the Land, that must also deliver. Yesterday I was addressing the regional symposium model seminar in Rustenburg. We had combined with Botswana Open University and the Namibian College of Open Learning. And they were saying, but Unisa, everything, whatever you are doing, everything is fine. I said, yes, we are trying. And I was even saying, maybe if you were in the country, at times you will listen to all this kind of negative publicity that we get. However, many of us have got this deep conviction that we must be a university in the service of humanity. And we are proud because you're also saving those communities, those students that are out there. Professor Mahano this morning was sharing with me the visit to correctional services. I was even saying maybe we need to create a Department of Correctional Services at Unisa that can just focus on on the humanities, on the human beings that may not have that chance, on the human beings that have made that mistake in life, and we cannot give up on them, We still believe in them, that they can be rehabilitated, they can come back to society and contribute to the development of human capacity in all its full area. Program directors, maybe I need also to give you a vote of thanks. Thanks so much for directing the program. We appreciate that. And also, lastly, colleagues, really, I want to congratulate all of you staying up to this time, And at times when you got functions like this, after lunch, people vanish. But you have proved to us that this is for us. Nobody will do it unless if we do it ourselves, And those that have been nominated will walk away with awards. Congratulations. Those that have not win the awards, we are also saying congratulations to you. Because if you were not you who were there, these colleagues will not have won those awards. Thank you. Much appreciated.
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, for the slight change in the program. Now we're just gonna give our adjudicators photo gifts just to thank them for the wonderful job that they did. And they will take the pictures with Dr. Chivazi. And Prof, please, Professor Mahano. Can the adjudicators, can we all stand, please? It's Prof. Can we... Can we clap for them as they sit down, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Now we are going to hand over the first, so this is the order. We're going to hand over certificate and gifts for all the nominees for participating, right? And we're gonna call you according to the categories. So we will first start, and Professor Magano, can you please come back to take pictures with them? Today you will smile, Prof. Guys, remember social media, let's trend, #teaching and learning. Yes, the nominees, as you see on the program, we go according to nominees. Please get ready to stand up. Ladies, I hope your heels are not gonna keep you, you know? Yes, can we please have Ms. Alison Peterson from College of Law and the Dean of Law, is the Dean here? The representative from the College of Law, can we please clap hands for them? Wait, please wait for the representation from law. Oh, okay. Allah. Allah, can we please have Advocate Bai come to the front? Allah, guys, Allah. And can Ms. Mashudu and Mr. Ramila please prepare to come up to the stage? Please be on standby. Allah. Can you please come to the front? Okay. Let's do the hashtags on social media, ladies and gentlemen. Allah. Okay, can Dr. Mangani please come from the College of Agriculture? Can we please clap for her? Can we have a representative from the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences? There's... Okay, can Dr. Rachvat please come? Yes. Please wait for Dr. Rachvat. Chivas. Hey, we are learning language, thank you. Can I have Ms. Mpanza from CSET? Ms. Mpanza? Zanele? Okay, she's gone. Can I have Ms. Siete from College of Human Sciences and Dr. Professor Nkosi? Beautiful. Thank you. Can we have Mr. Sibusiso Mlodra from College of Accounting Sciences and a representative from the college be on standby? Mr. Sibusiso? Okay, Mr. Sibusiso is not here. This was student support. Now we are going to module design. Can I please have Mr. Love from College of Human Sciences? Professor Zetu, please prefer to stand up. Mr. Love. Mr. Love, remove the lanyard. This is awards. Allah, Allah. Allah, Allah. Allah, Allah. Can we have Mr. Koch from College of Accounting Sciences and the representative from the College of Accounting? Prof, please come back. College of Accounting? Oh, thank you very much. Allah, Allah. Can we have the nominee for assessment, Ms. Mdlungu from College of Law, please come up. Ms. Mdlungu, come up. And the representative from College of Law. Hashtag 2024 Unisa Teaching and Learning Festival. Yes. Can we have from, don't go, the other one is from law. For the transformation in teaching and learning, Mr. Murakalala. Marakalala. Alala. Say, guys, let's clap hands. It's awards. Yes. And can we have Ms. Gumeto from College of Human Sciences? Dr. Zetu? Professor. Oh, yes. Yeah. This Dean is ready. Hey, Ntombi. Yes, girl. They better recognize. Yes. Oh, the gorgeous. Ladies, they say a lipstick is a must when you take pictures. Can the following nominees come from the College of Economic and Management Sciences? Ms. Mdingi, Professor Malefa, Ms. Manchiwa, and Ms. Makanya, but individually, please, individually first. And the representative from College of Economic and Management Sciences? Prof, come. Prof, come. Oh. Please wait for Prof. Allah. Can we have Professor Malifani? Prof. Malifa? Ms. Manjiwa, please get ready. Guys, clap hands. Allah. Smile to the camera. Allah. Miss Manjiwa. Guys, Matsoho. You will rest after tonight. Yes. Can we have Miss Makanye? Ha, clap hands. Halala. Okay. Can we have Miss Kala from College of Accounting Sciences and the representative? Thank you, Prof. College of Ala. Alala, can we please have Miss Gau? Halala. Did you hear how she referenced her husband? Aye, girl. Alala, can we have Mr. Dr. Munyepau from College of Law? Alala. Oh, Prof. Ari, halala College of Law, halala. Yeah, you better recognize. Can I have Dr. Slater from College of Agriculture Environmental Sciences? Let's clap hands. And the representative from the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences? Okay, thank you, Doc. Mr. Musia, can we have Mr. Musia from CSET? Dada Musia. Allah, let's clap hands. Science and Engineering. And the representative, thank you. Oh, Naile walk. Allah. Can I have Miss Mo? Let's clap hands. Can I have Miss Morgan from College of Accounting Sciences and the representative? Allah. Can we have Professor Ndo from College of Education? You heard from his supervision, no one drops out. So here's the supervisor right here. Can we have a representative? Allah. Aye. Can we have Dr. Mari from College of Economic and Management Sciences? Dr. Chibaze, please come. Oh, Professor Malifani, please come as a representative. Please wait for CAMP's representative. Allah. This is my college, by the way. Professor Mutezo. Prof. Malifa, please stay. You're going to take with Prof. Mutezo. Halala, Kems, halala. Kems, you don't have energy like law. Halala, Kems, halala. Yes. Good things. Thank you. Yes, now can we have all the nominees? All the nominees, Prof. Mutezo. Come back. All the nominees, please come. All the nominees, enthusiasm. All the nominees, Miss Mtingi. Ala, quickly, nominees. Ala. The top dogs isn't my daughter. Yeah. Moholokwani. Yo, Sarisha Waduma. Others will have to sit down. Are you ready? Sound. Are you ready to open your video? Sizoba DVD. We are DVDing them. Nana, are you ready? See, we are DVDing you guys. Smile, look at the camera, everybody. Paparazzi, Unisa paparazzi in the house. Nana, are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeah! You may take your seats. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, drum rolls, please. Drum rolls. Listen. This girl, me, this is the moment we've been waiting for. The girl that is me. Hi, are you ready? Are you ready to know the winners? Okay. You see, it is sealed. Auditors, I know College of Accounting, you don't play. Auditors, you see? It is sealed. Now, the winner for, hey, listen. Winner Excellence Award for Student Support. I'm opening in front of your eyes. Drum roll! Hey. And the winner is Professor Budeli. What's Professor Budeli? Sorry? Sorry guys, sorry. My eyes, my glasses are not here. No, it's here. The winner, it is Miss Alison Peterson. She's getting a 30,000 rand. Halala, yo. Halala. You did it. So, ladies and gentlemen, in case you were wondering, she just got a check for 30,000 rand. Then, aye, the girl is rich. The girl is rich. Okay, it's sealed again. I will ask my colleague to open for me. This is the module design. It's sealed. We don't play like that. We don't play like that. We don't know. This is for module design. Are you ready? Me ready? We have to clean up our classes. Okay, silence, please. Okay, the winner for module design is Mr. Halala, accounting science, halala. Mr. Cock is 30,000 rich. I know. Can they move a bit? Yes, we'll call you back for pictures. Yes. And the third category is the award for assessment. Drum rolls. Drum rolls while they open. Drum rolls. Yosarin Shatewaduma. The winner is Miss Tandi Wemdungu. She's so emotional. Halala College of Law, halala. Oh, she's crying. Oh, she's emotional. Oh, girl is emotional. What a beautiful moment. Oh, Ntombi. Oh, man. Yeah? Maloya Angenile, the lawyers have entered the place. Oh, smile, Ntombi, smile with your tears. Halala College of Law, halala. Woo! Thank you, lawyers. Thank you. Lawyers, thank you. I love how you guys celebrate. Prof, you must be very proud. Now, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? I'm very important today. I'm giving people 30,000 rands. Yeah. The fourth category, transformation in teaching and learning. The envelope is closed. Please open. Drum rolls, please. Halala, 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 halala. Okay, and the winners are, yes, the winners are, so they share the award, the winners in this category. Yes, the winners are Miss Nolukanyo Mkala and Miss Newa Mulifika. Halala, halala, halala. Aibo, come to the front. Come to the front, winners, come to the front. Can the other winners please sit down so that they are not appearing in the pictures? Yeah, they are 30,000 rich. Yeah. Allah, Allah. Okay, then can the nominees please sit down? Okay. And the fifth category, ladies and gentlemen, I'm your Miss Lotto today. I am the governor today. I'm awarding money. You don't know if I'll give you for just sitting there. You don't know. Full of surprises. Now, the next award is for innovation and tuition. Drum rolls while they open. It's nice today, ne? Yay, it's very nice. And the winner is Miss Ilse Morgan. Oh, she's crying. Oh, she's crying. Oh, she's crying. College of Accounting Sciences. Oh, she's crying. Those are tears of joy. I love how from the moment I call her names, the tears is like somebody just pressed the button. She's like, oh, I can't believe it's me. Oh, she's beautiful. What a beautiful moment. Congratulations. Oh. Now, the sixth category for student succession and retention. Please open drum rolls. Professor Ndo! Allah! Allah! Can I please ask the winners, Miss Morgan, somebody please give her a tissue. She needs to be ready. She still can't believe it. Okay, and water. The last category for the Excellence Award for Scholarship in Teaching and Learning, you see, closed for auditing purposes. Drum rolls, please. Aye. Aye, 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 aye. Aye, 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 aye. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners are Dr. Marie and Professor Muteto, College of Economic and Management Sciences. the winners, please come in front. We're going to shower you with some love, enthusiasm. There are 2 pots. Those ones who got their 2 pots. Yes. Huh? No, they don't need to withdraw. No. They are taking us to dinner after this. Pictures, hashtag teaching and learning Unisa 2024. Pella, we work for the best employer. We work for the best employer. Smile, smile, all the winners. 30 down. Ow, Boma 1,000. Now wait. Are you ready, Nana? 1, 2, 3. Woo! Can we take them now? Okay, I'll take them and then you go.
But then, I get ready to the other one.
Okay.
Because he said, thank you, guys.
Okay, do that.
Not about these, about
all the what?
All the nominees and the adjudicators, the people on the program.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Boma 1,000. Guys, I know you are rich, but this is still my boss. I know you are rich. College of Accounting. I can see the excitement. Allah. We're going to do a lot of showing some love today. Everybody, if your name is on the program, please come back. Nominees, winners, speakers, adjudicators. Okay. Guys, come back to the stage.
The nominees?
No. Oh, they say they are healing. Dr. Gani, what do we do? They say they are healing. Huh? Okay, can I have adjudicators and management? And respondents. Oh yes, adjudicators, management, and respondents. Professor Zetu, Professor Mahano. Ya busupa isupile ma supatela ko buritule ditilela ya busupa isupile ma supatela na disafela nkadibusa na disafela nkadibuse tamura na disafela nkadi Ladies and gentlemen, I am just requesting that we do a karaoke of this song. We are Africans. All of us, let's stand up without the band. The band is, the volume is a bit high. All of us, we take a video. Who's going to take us a video? We sing Kgomo di tswile di tshelela. Ya bosupa e supile masupa tsela. Na ha di sa fela nka di busa. Ha di sa fela nka di bisetsa morao. Simple. Let's go, Africans. Home. Stand up, Africans. Ya busupa I supile ma supatil. Africans. Home di tsilela. Ya busupa I supile ma supat. Louder. Na di sa fela nka di bu. Louder. Na di sa fela nka di busetsa mor. Louder. Na Professor Malefa, stand up. Lutando. Homu di tilela. Ya busuba I supile masiba. Homu di tilela. Ya busuba I supile masiba. Abe na di safela nkadibusa. Na di safela nkadibusa tamura. Na di safela nkadibusa. Na di safela nkadibusa. Ay 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 ay. Halala Unisa halala. Ay bo. Okay, guys. I just want to thank you guys. You were a wonderful crowd. I enjoyed, being your mangos. Yes. I am signing out. Oh. To Prof, yes.
By virtue of the powers, by virtue of the powers, we want to thank the program director, Mary Kilintate Muchekwani Mudisa, as Vashaileni Zanka. Well done. Well done. Prof. Labangan, taking young academics on board. This is excellent. Super. Viva! Teaching and learning. Viva!